stuff to fill those and mandatory overtime, so, it's clear as mud.
Yep. Okay,
She
it is
coming up
Monday,
today?
December 14th, 2020. We'll call the meeting to order. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Born and unborn.
The only thing we had on there was the
Fire
fire
station.
station thing. If
I put it closed in case you want to discuss it closed.
I'm sorry?
I still haven't seen the contract.
Okay, you got any minutes and reports received and
Yeah,
filed?
the November 2020 collector fees filed.
Okay. Commissioner Committee Liaison Reports, upcoming meetings and events.
Another meeting tomorrow
Mhm.
and Wednesday.
I don't think I have anything.
Yeah, I've kind of left this week open. Right now, there's a WebEx going on between the health department, the hospitals, and the city, but that started at 8. And sometime this week, we'll do a press conference WebEx again, but I'll wait for Chris to tell me when that is. So that's all I've got. Commission comments? Bids and contracts? And the unfinished business? So the fire station discussion, build out,
Yeah, their attorney was gonna let me know this weekend if any of them registered an objection, and nobody, and emailed me and he hasn't, so I'm assuming it's all good with them. There's one issue, Matt's good with this, but there's one issue that had to be hammered out. It's the insurance. So they had us adding them as an additional insurance, which we could, but Rick not. Their attorney and I both talked to Rick, well, heard from Rick, and his suggestion is that even though we're paying for that construction and it's coming from CARES money, that we turn it over, the ownership to them, and then they can insure it because it's part of their building, and it'll be a little bit more for them. And Matt and I talked, we want some protection for us if we're spending that much money, so we have an annual term, so they can't just cancel on us and kick us out after 90 days. But I did put an exception in there that we can pull people out if the staffing levels drop and there's a need to move those people back to, say, Southbridge or another site. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in there that's kind of nitpicky, but Matt and I used that as an opportunity to do the flip side, which is, yeah, you don't get to come into our borders without me permission of being a company either. If that makes sense. No, you can't, we won't block your entrance, but you can't block ours either. Now, you know, a lot of that's just common sense and you can work it out, but they put it in there and they wanted it in there, so we used it as an opportunity for mutuality of terms. There's one thing I noticed, and we do not have a not to exceed on utilities. So, Kristen probably won't sign off, don't, right, Kristen? Interestingly, on those other ones, which is done back in 13, when Mark and Paige were here, there's no not to exceed on the utilities either.
I'm just keeping it rolling. I don't see anything in there. Makes me any heartburn.
I mean, I agree, there's some stuff put in there that, you know, you can just handle with a phone call. If they wanted it in there, and I guess it clarifies.
Yeah.
I don't see anything in here about them not accessing our ambulances or our storage cabinet.
Should be.
It's not.
Well, it may be more generic, okay, generic.
'Cause we got narcotics in the ambulance, and we'll have possibly narcotics in the storage cabinets.
Okay, here we go. Okay, under station restrictions, one, likewise, FPD personnel will not enter CCMS veterans or access any CCMS personnel items or equipment. So, I mean, that would be, include the ambulance. Okay, equipment, this is under 9, equipment and supplies owned by CCEMS shall be secured in the assigned portion of the building when not in use and shall not be accessed by non-CCEMS personnel.
What are we doing?
Um, everybody good with this, or?
Yep.
Okay.
Kristen, should I get a not to exceed on the utilities?
I think it needs one, yes.
Okay, so I'll call Mark today and get an estimate, add it in, so that they can sign that tonight, then we can put this back on the agenda tomorrow to sign.
Yeah.
Does that sound feasible to you all?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, worst case scenario, we'll be back Wednesday too, so. Well, tomorrow's, it starts at 9 or 8?
8.
So, we'll just put it on there for 9 o'clock then or whatever.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. And we will go into in-house budget discussion.
Pass that over to Chris, please.
Did you guys tell me where you went first?
You have a list?
Where do you want to start? Let's talk about economic development first. Let's do that one.
Okay.
And he's like, that's not easy. 4, 8.
Might as well get the hard ones out of the way, huh?
I guess.
I don't know, it might not be that hard.
Well, save that one till this afternoon and we're worn down.
So right now I have the 120 in there. If you guys want to change that, we can change it.
I'm fine leaving the 120 in there, but figuring out where it goes might be the second question. Part B, right?
Well, I think the request was for 185, so do we want to just do the 120 to, or do we want to do like 150,000? And then I think we still have 5,000 we do for Salute to America.
Well, and then if you're,
Towards 60.
I'm sorry?
I was leaning more towards 60,000, which is what we pay our Eco Devo now. And then maybe the other 60 that we're paying for our government relations, we either bid that out if we're gonna continue doing that, or we leave that in there, and then once they get some money from their private investors into it, then we can do some kind of tiered match program. But I don't know. I know we had one of them say he'd write a letter of intent right here, so they've got people saying they'll do it, but they're not done yet, so.
Well, I guess the question I had was they're asking for 185 from y'all, 185 from the city, for 370, but they're only asking for 300 from private people. Like, why wouldn't their share be the same? Like, why wouldn't you?
So
Why wouldn't it be 3 equal parts or?
the meetings I sat through, they were, the initial budget that was thrown out there was like that. It was 150 from the city, 150 from the county, and then 300 private. And then the extra 35 that the city throws in there, I guess they kind of were an earmark that for special projects or something, so. I thought they were coming in asking for the 150, which never made any promise one way or the other. That's what I had thought they were gonna ask for, so the 185 took me by surprise too.
So yeah, I have the 5,000 for Salute, I have 60,000 for strategic and 60,000 for Polaris, is what I have in the budget right now.
So we could either just stay at the 120 or go to 150, and then I don't think we need, I think a lobbyist has worked very well, but basically you need a lobbyist like January through May or till 1st of June. So you could bid that out, or we can, just have a lobbyist just for when the legislature's in session. And that's not gonna be $60,000.
What's the name of the new group?
Polaris?
No, the,
JCREP,
No.
Jefferson City Regional Economic Partnership.
Whatever you decide to do, you know, I mean, whatever amount you're gonna give to ED, if you want money in there left for lobbyists, you're gonna need to add that to the top, so.
Yeah,
Feel free to chime in, Harry. You get to vote on this, so.
I thought along the lines of what Kristen said with respect to the partnership, some sort of equalization between public and private, and also either end, like Jeff mentioned, it's contingent upon the private money being raised, and perhaps quarterly installments or whatever numbers decided upon as they accumulate private money towards their $300,000, when there's a $75,000 trigger to get 25%. $150,000, they reach that plateau, then it's 50% and so on.
I think one of the challenges that they're looking at, though, obviously too, is hiring an executive director, and so they need some type of financial commitment on our end to secure some of that funding.
Right.
So,
so if we did this, the Polaris portion would go away for sure. The strategic could possibly stay. Is that the breakout? Strategic's the lobbyist, Polaris is the,
well, I think you gotta look at it in combination there. I mean, so I think Sam's idea is strategic would be minimalized, maybe cut in half, and then, more money would go to ED.
we need a lobbyist the most when the legislature's in session. And I think it has worked, I think. So I think we need to have a lobbyist from January to June 1st or something like that. I don't know, you know.
So I guess we're just talking about the total number. I mean, we can work out a contract, or we can work out triggers with them later. But I mean, do you want the 120 like Jeff suggested in there for ED, and then another 30 in there for lobbying? That gets you to a total of 150.
155 with the solution.
Yeah,
Right. Well, I'm just talking about those two, but
that's kind of what I was thinking.
How much did you say?
well, it'd be 120 for economic development and 30 for lobbying. I mean, that's just we're just talking about a placeholder.
I'm good with leaving it at 120.
The total in economic development.
Plus the 5,000, I guess, for the salute. So we added that 125 last year, correct?
Well, we had other things in there last year, so you had the bicentennial and the Port Authority grant match, so we were 155, 685 total budget with those two items in there. But those two went away this year because we paid them out.
And we can put the 155 in there, doesn't mean we have to spend it all.
No. I kind of like Harry's idea that we pay them, you can do it quarterly or
mean, I'd be good with just a placeholder at 120 and 30. I mean, what do you think, Harry?
Plus the 5.
Plus the
Plus the
5.
5,
yeah,
we've
yeah,
always,
Yeah,
Plus 55.
yeah.
yeah.
We used to do more than that for Salute to America, but last 3 years, 2 years.
Yeah, I know we reduced it at some
Yeah,
point. We
so-
were doing 10 at one point, but cut it back to 5.
Yeah,
Okay, sounds like that's done.
yep.
Okay,
So we're gonna have 150 in there for whatever we wanna put it towards, economic development, lobbyists,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
so whatever comes up.
And they could hit the ground, running and really accomplish a lot, and
Who?
the economic development, or,
But you haven't put anything in there for them.
no, but we've got to,
That's what they kinda wanna know. Excuse me, is how much they're gonna get. So, wanna wait till we approve the budget and then start handing it out, or because we need to terminate our agreement with Victory, or what?
was that just through December 31st, or?
It's month to month is all I know.
There's a calendar year, yeah. I mean, there's a contract or an agreement, I thought.
pretty sure it only runs through December. It would have to be re-signed in
Right.
January.
Yeah, so,
So obviously, if you put 120 in there for economic development, they could come ask for the full amount, and you could negotiate an agreement with them.
But
Do you want an answer to that today, or
do what?
whether or not you're gonna get to them, or you good with just,
I would just, do a placeholder right now, and then we'll,
so when you gonna decide then? Because if this other contract goes till December 31st, each month, the month that we go is $5,000 out of that amount that goes towards JCREP. And I know one of their comments was trying to get the public money to get the private money coming in, which I could argue the opposite, but I'm only willing to go 60,000 at this point, and then we can figure out the rest of it. Once they have more money coming in, maybe they get a director hired. I think their budget was a little bit too high. I think they need to skin it back a little bit. So,
do you want to just tell them we've got 60,000?
I'm just one, I'm throwing
Well, I
it
know,
out
but
there.
do you want, that'd be kind of half of what we're talking about. So that gives them, you're saying they need to know if we say, okay, right now, we're gonna give you 60,000. So, in January, you've got that from us. Is that,
Well, we need to figure out what we're gonna do with it, because December 31st, it's gonna be right around the corner. And then, like I said, if we go past that, we're gonna still be in with Polaris Group.
But those contracts end at the end of the year, unless you renew them.
The earliest you can sign a contract with any of them is after the budget's signed.
mhm.
But
I thought you were just saying we needed to let the,
I think they wanna know.
yeah,
There's a lot of
so,
people we let know before January 1st that they're gonna have a check coming.
well, then we could
Either that, it'd be shutting our lights off.
say, right, $60,000 is what we will give you now, which is half of what potentially they could receive. And so that way they know they've got that. And, so are you good with that, or do you want to just leave it as a placeholder for right now?
It doesn't matter to me. I mean, I think they were just asking kind of to have an idea. And so if you're gonna give them 120 come
Well,
January
it's-
1st, then, y'all can decide that. I'm saying 60 initially is where I'm at with it
Yeah.
right now. Cause I wanna see what other direction they're headed with the director, what other private funding they get.
So it could be potentially they could receive 120,000 from us. But that gives them, we're giving them 60,000 now. And say July 1 or something like that, if they have really moved along, we could give them additional money quarterly, kind of like what Harry
Yeah.
had suggested. And if, um, but at 60,000, you're saying, okay, you've got this much to get started.
Yeah, it's not near what their ask was.
Well, no, but it's kind of like
So-
when you make your Christmas list, and if you got everything you wanted, that'd be great, but if you get half of it, you're,
A big chunk of their expense is gonna be salary. I don't know how difficult it will be then to go recruit, when they don't know what to offer the hire, person that they're about to hire. How do they lock in a salary when they're unsure of their sources of revenue fluctuating this much?
Well, they got 185 from the city already. So that's a pretty good little start there on getting somebody hired.
Well, I agree, but if 6 months down the road, the commission's not happy with what's going on and stops the funding, they still have salaries. I mean, it would be a start and then a stop for their operation. If you put it in a budget, but you make it contingent upon performance, once you get where you want to go.
So you're saying set aside the whole 120?
Right.
But it's based on performance when they get it distributed?
yeah. But I was just saying you could give 60,000. Jeff is saying they need to know how much money they've got. Well, this with the 185,000 gives them,
They would like to know. That's what was relayed to me, and so my comment is get some of your private funding coming in. And, it works both ways there, so they're working on that.
So I think they need to know a total number of what they have to work with for the year. I mean, hypothetically. So, you can't just say, I'm gonna give you 60 grand at the first of the year. They may not need that.
But that's all I'm willing to give for next year right now.
Well, I get that.
So,
I get that. I'm good at the 120 level.
well, I am too, but
no, there you
I
go,
don't
you
know
got
if we
two.
need to give it all to them.
I didn't say that.
No, I'm good with it. But again, it's, there are some contingencies before we give them,
But I think that's kind of what they need to know is,
That's the contract you need to work out with them
right,
next year, but,
here's what I have set aside for you, but
Right.
then is there stipulations on when that gets distributed?
I mean, it could be quarterly at 30,000 a quarter or
Mhm.
whatever.
Yeah.
Or 30,000 up front.
I'm good with 120,000.
So we got 155 in there, right?
Yeah, so I left 120 for economic development,
So-
30,000 for lobbyists,
Then
and
we
then
can-
5,000 for,
Well, we can hammer out the details later, I guess.
Mhm.
okay, so I went through and adjusted sales tax down, to be a little more conservative with our number for next year. And then I've taken out cash forward and contingency so you can see where the budget is,
So-
basic revenue.
So
I
where,
have general fund loaded, we may as well start there.
So where you at? Where's the sales tax revenue that you got projected?
Well, so sales tax and general fund is just the transfer into the 60%. So it's not an actual like sales tax line, it's just that transfer. And it's in 113. This 4080.
it's just the offset of the taxes that are rolled back.
Right, right. So in general fund, that's all it is. It's not sales tax coming in directly, it's just the transfer from the EMS sales tax of the 60%.
So what was the sales tax number that you used? Just a number, was it 6.5 or?
I did 6.8. So let's look at one of the funds that actually has it there. 650 is easier. You know, so.
That's the actual number, 6969.
That's what I had in there originally. The actual number is 7048996.
7,048,000.
Yep.
That was a
Like 8.5.
8.5%.
Yep. So I actually cut that in half and I did a 4.5% increase from what we brought in 19. So I went back to 19's actual number plus 4.5% to get to your 68.
I'm just concerned that it could fall even more. May not, but. Surprised that we're up 8.5%, to be real honest. Yeah. I mean, I'd like to see us look at that 2019 activity and for budget at 6,579. But just flat. I don't know.
Was it?
Maybe, well, just, hey, before you change it, let's just
Well,
talk.
no, I was gonna tell you, the 6507130 would be flat from 19. So
Okay,
you're
all
seeing, an accrual adjustment in the 19 number that's showing on your screen. So
Okay.
6507130 would be flat. No whispering.
I can't remember if I.
Couldn't remember, she sent me her spreadsheet.
I don't know, thoughts?
I was thinking go 19 flat.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was thinking from the get. I don't know, I just think we're gonna get hit.
So tell us what that's gonna do to the budget.
It's gonna hurt it.
Yeah. So,
Cause I don't think that we've ever gone flat to flat. Usually we have some sort of increases, smaller increases, 1 or 2% from year to year. We've never gone flat 2 years in a row. So it's definitely going to create some issues. I mean, this alone is creating some issues in some of the funds. Law enforcement and EMS, this is gonna create some issues just going to the 680.
We could take the average of the last 5 years excluding this and go up by that. I mean,
But my thoughts was a 2% and a 2.5%, so you didn't take anything from 19 to 20, you figure 2% there, and then another 2.5 going from 20 to 21, so that's where I got to the 4.5 from the 19.
right,
it could be a,
but I mean, you know, obviously with the retail season that we're having and a lot of people doing online shopping, I mean, how much is that gonna hurt, you know, local retailers and whoever as we move forward? Or how much do people just scale back as,
Yeah, it's not pretty. It's-
Department of Revenue has those.
speak if you want. Don't be shy with it.
You know, the governor and the legislature have just come up with their consensus revenue estimate. And it's, you know, I'm sure it has subtotals in it, and one of the subtotals is sales tax. I'd be interested in knowing what the state officials have determined is their consensus revenue estimate of sales tax.
I think you're right.
Of course, now they're on a fiscal year, but assuming that's not a big deal.
My only concern with that is that, I mean, some counties in the state are seeing a drop this year already, Boone County being one of them, because they're losing all of that influx of students. So I think it's gonna be hard
There's other reasons
to
too.
compare.
They're shutting their own selves down, that's their own
Right.
fault.
Well, but
So-
those students,
You're
for
right.
the most part, are back in St. Louis County spending money,
Yeah.
or wherever. I mean, some of them are out of state, sure.
Right.
But we've got
Not in St. Louis County.
Missouri students going out of state and coming back home. That probably is close to a wash. The internet thing is a interesting thing. More and more of internet sales are being subject to state sales tax, but not local sales tax. They don't know how to get this. And the legislature can't seem to fix our local sales tax issues since the way I'm going all the way back, in other words, dropping the revenue number by 8.5%. That's what we're talking about doing here, if we go back to flat 19. That seems a little bit conservative.
That's right.
Just talking here, I mean, it may be some pretty conservative, it may hurt some too, but you'd hate to see it drop even further. I mean, you could actually see a decline. You know, we haven't seen that ever. I mean, we've been up by several percent, you know, the last several years, but I mean, we've never seen a decline in sales tax, but I've never seen a pandemic.
No,
either.
this,
We were close to it a couple of times, in
We
8,
were-
9.
yeah, we were in the negative 120, but not by much. Can't remember.
Trying to find that file, I got some
What were
old.
we historically over the past 5 years, you know? Yeah, that's all.
Do you have your email somewhere?
Should have all the years left. I'm sorry, my Brian's fixing my printer and I can't get on. Stop working in the middle of the week.
Service back to 17, 18, 19.
About $100,000 from 17 to 18, and about 100,000 from 18 to 19. We're up about 150,000 this year.
Which I still don't. Oh.
Chris, these some counties that you talked about that have reduced local sales tax, are they rural counties, or are they shopping center counties?
Yeah, the only one I
You
really,
mentioned Boone, but that's a college town.
yeah, the only one I really heard from is Boone. I've talked to Cape Girardeau, there's I know there's quite a few of them that are up significantly, but Cape Girardeau is a college town as well, so.
Cape is, I always kind of look at Cape because we have so many similarities and.
Low population.
Yeah, and so to me, that's always a good comparison.
So basically you're up 4% if you go up to 6.8. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it may be, but yeah.
So when you say it's gonna hurt, what do you mean by hurt? I mean, raises go away, what else?
Possibly, I mean,
Position.
positions go away. I mean, EMS is going to be one that is already taking a significant hit because of the 700,000 in additional salaries for the 10 people. I don't have any revenue coming in from CARES though for anything other than their actual reimbursements at the moment, so no salary reimbursement into there, but, I mean, this is a lot of that.
But you could offset that cost with the CARES funding.
Are we setting up a Zoom or anything for people to be able to get in on it? They need to call in on discussions.
I have not known. I figured if you needed them, you could call them.
They're watching.
They can call,
Mhm.
Huh?
they can call in to participate.
Or yeah, I mean, I don't know, we've never set up anything like that in the past.
We've also never had a pandemic while we were doing this.
It's kind of hard to split screen. And spreadsheet.
So if we're talking about the sheriff stuff and he's quarantined, how would he be part of the discussion? We just take the scissors and start cutting? So we gotta get him.
Be on track.
Wait till
Picking
it gets
on him
over
'cause
there
it's
and
here,
you start
but-
talking about
Makes you feel better, I'll come here sick.
I mean, I could call everybody and tell them to come up here and sit in the room and listen, I don't,
it. Watching it on video.
No, yeah, I don't think that's necessary.
So then if they're watching it on video, then how are they supposed to be able to get us information? Who are they supposed to call
Call,
them?
text, email.
What's the number up here?
Right there. On the phone.
Okay, so can we
Is
come to a
extension?
consensus on a number we want to try to work with?
So what are you,
She's at 6A.
So much 6/8.
We all initially liked flat. I mean, can we pick a number? Will it
918.
adjust the
901
whole
is
budget
extension,
or
so if you're
something
listening.
once you-
I have to
911.
manually adjust.
9108.
But there's not that many lines.
Okay, so for flat, you said that was a 6507, right?
Well, it's not really flat, it's flat to 19, it's flat,
Right.
it's not flat to 20.
Right. So that's where I was asked, flat to 19. So what was actual in 19?
65071.
That was actual. Then what was that other number you had for 19? The budgeted number?
The number that's showing an actual is the accrual amount. So you back out January's amount because there's actually December and you add January the following year, so. 6507130 is cash. 6578480 is accrual.
So where'd that come from? The extra January you're counting into?
Well, so she's.
January and
taking-
February that
yeah.
you did in this year is actually for last year. So to get to
Okay.
accrual, you take those two out and you add January and February the next year to get to what the state's amount for our calendar year would be.
And the year before that.
Okay, so that was the numbers, so the January, February numbers were down when that money actually came in.
So there's 71,000 more if you include January and February of 20 into the calculation. So you back out 19's January and February, and you add in 20's January and February.
So those 2 months are actually bigger?
Yeah.
Okay. I was looking at it the wrong way then. I don't know, it could go either way too.
So we just-
There's another package that comes through and all of a sudden you got people with some more disposable income that may not hit, but.
Kristen, isn't the county going to recognize like $1.5 million of, I'd say, transfer from the 20 CARES numbers that kind of rolled into 21?
Yes, so we will see a surplus from 20 that will roll into 21.
Which will,
Because you're seeing all of that growth from the 6507 that you budgeted in
That's
that,
gonna
in
roll.
20 that actually turned out to be 7. And there's other things too, use
Right.
tax and things that are
But-
up, over and above what we budgeted.
but when we talk about the additional crew at EMS, in a sense, that's sort of covered. If you match those dollars with some rolled in dollars. I mean, the reason we're gonna have it is because of COVID. That's why we're gonna have the expense. That's also why we're gonna have it, because that's how we're gonna get the revenue.
Well, so theirs is just a little bit different, only because we're really only transferring the tax to cover their operations. So our transfer into them is not a set amount of the sales tax, it's to cover what they need to balance their budget. So their situation's a little different, but yes, essentially.
As long as the positions would go away, then, you know, if you don't have to cover it just for 1 year, and then it's not
Right,
the next year.
right.
So there's actually 19 budget was 6507, so, and you're saying we're all for 7 million, so there's a $500,000 surplus there. But we don't see all that because part of that's coming back from rollback, right?
So you don't see it all in this fund, yes.
Right.
that, and we had a budgeted deficit in here because of the money we were spending on capital.
But would you receive 60% of that, or what's the offset there? What do we get?
60% goes to general, 40%
So
stays here.
60% of $500,000, roughly, is what you're gonna see.
40% in here.
Do what?
See the 40% in here would go up by that.
40% general?
No, the 60% goes back into general.
Okay,
Yeah.
40% offsets the rollback.
Yeah.
So right now, if you look at 2020 activity, the 1.2 is the bottom. But we haven't transferred yet for the number I don't think has been made out of there. So we have 60% of the sales tax number, some of that's still gonna come.
I introduced yesterday. Can you see that? Right.
And there's probably some encumbered stuff, so that's where we're at as of today. We have a $1.2 million.
Right. I guess what I was getting at is that you took, so,
But the other half to be in that. Yeah. We probably have $1 million coming out of there.
60% of $500,000 that's that we've collected this year is $300,000. So if you took the flat number and you took the extra that we got from this year, that gets you at 6.8. Following my math? Not really. I mean, so, yeah, you're projecting, well, could you say you're projecting growth? I could say you're projecting nothing, but you're taking extra revenues that we received this year and using that to move forward into.
Well, really, if you want to consider it that way, you should drop that revenue and you should spend down your carry forward. There's a difference.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be supplementing your revenue number with money you're carrying forward because it's not new revenue. So you would back your revenue number down and you would spend down your reserve.
Yeah, so,
I mean, Chris is okay with keeping it flat. What do you guys, are you comfortable with the percent increase from 19 or go back to 19? Because it is just a gamble.
Well, so
unfortunately.
Kristen kind of said it in another way.
Right.
I mean, I'd be better off projecting flat and spending down my carry forward, still get you to that 6.8. But maybe not quite, maybe it's a little different.
So
and how
I
things-
think if you want to do that, we should back the 6.8 down and then we'll spend down reserves.
But how does it, that's gonna affect other funds differently. But could we do that in those other funds as well?
I would say we need to come up with the sales tax number you guys are comfortable with, and we will use that across the board. We're not gonna say in one fund it's different because it's a half cent in all three of the funds. Even though we break capital improvement sales tax down into 1585, it's a half cent. So whatever it is in one, it should be fairly close in the others. There's usually $50 to $100 difference at year end. I'm not really sure why, but the number should be fairly close in all three funds.
So can we talk through what basically is in the budget at your numbers? I mean, you've got a raise in there, you've got positions in there. So everything that was in your original budget is still in there with the number of 6.8.
Well, so we need to look at each of them. I made the changes, but some of them are still in the black, some of them are in the red, even dropping to the 6.8. So, and like I said, EMS, I put in all 10 people. I haven't changed that transfer amount yet. So we need to work our way through, but this is the first step to working our way through. So if you want to start with a smaller number, we need to start with a smaller number.
Yeah, but it's kind of chicken and the egg there too. I mean, if we start with a smaller number and now it just causes all kinds of problems down the road, I mean, now we're gonna have to go back and change it all again.
So tell me about your philosophy on what you think the sales tax is gonna do, aside from on where we want to be with other issues in the
Right.
budget. I mean, what is your?
What's the comfortable number? Because then you need to work your way backwards to it.
I don't think anybody's gonna like the comfortable number for me. But, I mean, what do you think, Sam? Can you come off to 6507 or come up a little?
I think you should do at least a 1 or 2% on the 6507. If you don't wanna do the whole 4 that I have in there, I think you need to at least take a 1 or 2% on that.
Or 1.5 for each year and go with the 3. Assuming that we would have had a 1.5 this year, and then we would have a 1.5 next year, which would put you at the 3 plus the 19.
So, if we came up to say 6, 7, or just talking here again, and the bottom fell out, that's why we got the reserves to
Right.
Mhm.
offset that, so.
And then the next year.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Plus, we're gonna carry some money forward from this year, so that could potentially help offset it, so. I mean, I think I could get to 6, 7, but, that's just, I mean, I'd like to see us be at 6507, but, I mean, I don't. But that's just me, so.
Well, 2% on the 6507 is 6637.
What's 3%?
Six, 6702, 343 is 3%.
That's wild. 6, 7.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, instead of the 100,000 you've been up the last couple of years, you're up 200, I mean, roughly. I like even numbers.
Are you guys good with 6, 7?
Yeah.
That's reasonable.
I am.
Jeff's a no.
Now,
Move on.
It's, just go, you got 2, I'm on the fence on that one.
You okay, Harry?
Yeah.
I can live with it. I'm not gonna sit there and fight you on that one. I'll fight something else later on. I'll save my energy. This is
Still early, huh?
Well, this one here's a roadmap, and there's a whole bunch of different ways to get there. So.
Right.
I've got somebody at the governor's office that I work with asking Dan Hall, who's the budget fellow at the state, for the sales tax incremental increase or decrease, whatever the state's looking at. Now their fiscal year, 22, it's, you know, the year that starts July 1 next year, but we'll see what they're gonna do.
Thought they were down like several hundred million dollars.
Yeah.
Their total GR is
Yeah.
down, but sales tax is not, it's not like it used to be.
Right.
It's income tax is where they make their revenue. Yeah, they're down like 40%.
I'd just be worried if it went the other way. We've not really had any, and we had, you know, the only one I found so far, 2011 and 12 were pretty flat. But otherwise, there's been increases in there. We've been lucky with it.
Cross proposal?
Yeah. Ain't smarter.
No, not at all.
Bring that down. We're gonna need to change that.
2011, 12, and 13 were all pretty flat. They were a small change there. And we were down at 9 from 8.
Yeah, we've never had anything like this pandemic. It's this,
Okay, so
Yeah.
I changed admin fee in there, I changed transfer, I changed sales tax. This is where we're at with EMS capital or sales tax one. We will come back here because the transfer to EMS enterprise is going to have to change, or we're gonna have to do some work over there, but this one at the moment is done here. Do you guys have anything else you want to see changed?
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to blow it up to be the size of that box, but there's not.
To use the whole wall.
Yeah, yeah.
I think once we get the TV in here, the horizon, something that you can see it better.
So like I said, the big piece in here that's still going to change is this 1250 that's currently transferred to the EMS enterprise fund to balance their fund. Could have to change still due to the addition of additional people in there. So that's the piece, and it will come out of contingency, the difference there. I don't see the capital improvement or the ambulance amount changing unless you want to change the number of ambulances or the capital improvement items you have listed.
Just balance in that.
We're carrying forward to 1, contingencies to 5 at the moment.
Bringing on extra people, you may need to buy additional ambulance.
And he does have some things in capital improvements that are still outstanding. Those fire station bills, his permit bedroom bill, those are still encumbered in there. It's just whether or not we carry forward that open PO. So open POs after the last budget run will get added back into everything as well. Are you
You guys good with this? Just leave it as is?
yep.
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, I had one question.
Okay.
Hey, we may not have the budget fully done January 6th, right now is the date we have on there. I know you don't care.
I won't be here.
Okay, it's on there for the 5th, I'm definitely not gonna be done the 5th. Can we push that to,
The 30th?
no, no,
That's statute.
no,
Pay
no.
bills here.
I'd like to see if we can get it done the 7th, which is that Thursday. Are you good with having a meeting on Thursday just to do the budget?
I don't think I'm out of town or anything, so. Okay.
Are you good with that?
Yeah, I'll just have afternoon.
We're not cutting off revenue till the 4th because that's the first day of the year. Everyone will be here, so treasurer gets a day to pull everything back. So to go in and fix all the carry forwards and all the open POs is not gonna get done by the 5th. Okay, so do you want to tackle EMS while we're in here talking about EMS? Is that where you wanna go next? Theirs is a little bit easier because theirs is step increases, so there's no COLA or
Well,
merit.
that's easy, let's do that.
Now, be aware, if we don't give anyone else a raise, I think the agreement has been there will be no right now, the steps are in there because there's a raise for everyone else in there. Keep that in mind. I do not think that I can get dispatch split out before the end of the year. So, my approach is going to be, we leave their budget as is for 2021 with the idea that we will work throughout the year to truly track those dispatch expenses with them possibly being broken out in 2022. There's a lot of questions and I'm not going to get them answered in the next week. I mean, salaries is easy, I can break out the people that work in dispatch, but there's a lot of other expenses, and they have a hard time getting things to hit the right account at the moment. I do not feel comfortable that they're going to split those bills to get them split out even more. So we need to do a lot of talking and be very clear about what would get split out and what would.
Yeah, I think we need to approach that very cautiously
So
and not do it
Yeah.
and then come back and go, oh man, we screwed up.
Well, it doesn't serve any purpose then.
No.
Well, and there's a lot of things on the plate to get done in the next 2 weeks with CARES that I don't have the time to devote to do this and do it correctly.
You have those, 10 new,
Yep.
10 positions in there?
The 10 are in there, so that added the 747,066.
Where's that at?
Do you love
At the
this,
bottom
Jeff?
of the last column.
Love it.
Oh,
The difference between revenues and expenditures. Your net revenue expenditure.
oh, you're saying the total there?
Yep.
The difference. Well, we added about 400,000.
Well, it's more than that because you have to add the scheduled overtime piece, which is an overtime,
Correct.
plus all the benefits for it.
Okay.
So the 747 is truly pretty much those 10 people. He had some small changes when he was up here, so I think he went in the hole maybe a couple $1,000, but most of that is the 10 people.
So you said something about that transfer in of 1.25.
So-
Is that gonna change?
Well, so here's the thinking on that. The transfer in this year was 1,581, but we also brought in way more revenue with the GEMT program. So you see the 500,000. We do have some expenses to that, so I dropped his transfer in by the difference between the revenue for GEMT and the expense for GEMT to try to hold him flat. So he's bringing in more revenue internally. We're gonna leave our transfer in flat to try to work our way back down to the million where we started.
So you think cash?
Yeah, so that's the reasoning for backing it off at the moment. We could bump it back up.
So your cash is the 953, 344, and your contingency is the same, or?
No, so we've been trying to spend down his contingency for a while. His contingency is only half a million. So he has a built-in deficit at the moment. We have not been getting there at the moment, so.
Is that, the extra 10, is that for a full year?
Yes, they're in there for a whole year.
Okay.
Because I couldn't tell you when attrition's gonna get it and when COVID's gonna be better. So I budgeted the 10 for the whole year.
And he's also looking though at attrition, so, you know, yeah, you've got an additional 10, but, you know, paramedics, they come and go.
We hope COVID comes and goes.
Right.
Yeah, that's, I mean, you gotta be, they're making a big deal out of the vaccines, but, it's So, but I got a feeling his calls are gonna continue to be up for the foreseeable future.
Did you do anything to the revenue side for the increased business?
No, I haven't really seen that. We had a drop at the beginning of the year because the calls went way down during the initial shutdown. Now it's picked back up, so I did not change their fees. Like I said, it could go up slightly.
I think Matt, while he was here, mentioned that there needs some revenue, that it's not a moneymaker thing, but there's gonna be some additional pay transfers.
I just know I've heard that with some of the other stuff we've done and we haven't seen it. So I'm scared to, I think you could go to 365 instead of 355. So I think you have 100 to 150,000 in there that you could bump his fees up. And like I said, we could bump the transfer back up. And we currently only have CARES money in there for reimbursing his emergency fund. So the 95,803 and coronavirus relief fund is currently only that reimbursement. There was no salary reimbursement in there yet.
Which that was the plan, is to reimburse the salaries and cover those expenses.
When you ask for it through CARES, what you use it on, once it's over there, still up to you.
Right. So you've got the step in here, right?
Yes.
You've got the additional people in the step in here.
Yep.
And we're showing a deficit of 747.
You're eating
which will be
healthy.
Offset by CARES funding, so.
Too much pizza. Mexican this weekend.
That's
So do
good.
you wanna leave fees and
That's
transfer
good.
in where they're at the moment? And assume that the whole 747 is going to come from CARES?
I'm good with that.
Yeah, I'm,
So I'm just going to.
Well, I think revenues will increase, but I'm fine leaving it where it's at.
I think they will.
And be on the conservative side there. I,
So that's the minimum number we need to try to get for CARES for them. Is that number?
and that 747 is all paramedics. So if there's EMTs in there, then it'll be a little bit less, but I'd still rather budget on the high end. And
Right. And that
See
was
why-
my thing with budgeting for the whole year. I don't want to budget 6 months of extra people and then go on longer. So they're in there currently for the whole year.
Okay.
Anything else you want to look at with his? I did change, insurance based on Debbie's number for insurance.
It was quite a bit in that department.
I think that was the only change otherwise
Up
than the
in that
one.
department, what do you mean?
We added extra vehicles.
Oh,
So,
I thought you were talking about health insurance, but you're talking about equipment insurance.
so you see this auto insurance went up quite a bit.
yeah.
Is that enough in there for accidents?
Nope, there's none in there.
Huh?
None in there.
I put 2,000.
Oh, okay.
Do you want more than that?
Well, the deductibles are still gonna be 2,500 going into next year's budget.
So that would give you 4.
I think that was 4.
So John, no hitting deer and no more hail.
No, this isn't John's budget yet.
No, I know this is in, but I'm just, everybody, no more hail, no more.
I don't care if you do.
They can get all the deer they want, huh?
Okay, you guys good with this one? At the moment? We can always come back, but
That's good.
Yep.
turn page.
okay. Well, I wanna go and knock out the easier ones, maybe. So, let's do assessor. probably need to talk about where you're at with COLA and merit before we go any further.
We usually do that like very last.
Well,
We're here, we're here.
we're here.
I
I mean,
can laugh,
salaries is
'cause
what
I-
we have to talk about. So you're there.
I'll be laughing every December for you.
Let's go TP his house every December.
We're
Only-
at the end.
Only if Wheeler let me use his beanbag, yeah.
Everybody added merit to theirs.
We had lots of requests, so Chris had a request for one employee to get a bump. It is not in there, all that's in there is the 2%. And the 2% is in there, and he has a surplus of $8,112.
I'm good with the 2%, not merit in there that he's asking for. And I'd even be good with doing a flat amount instead of a percent. I know some people don't like that,
I don't
But-
like that.
No.
so. I figured y'all wouldn't and I do. I mean, that never happens.
I think a flat dollar amount, if you wanna do a flat dollar for merit, maybe, but when you're talking about a COLA, I think it screws up the scale.
I understand, but I still think that that flat amount means a lot more to somebody that makes a lot less.
But I think it creates that compression issue as well.
Yeah, that's a dumb word. I hate compression. Yep, I don't disagree.
So 2% COLA, 2% merit.
2% COLA, right?
What's in there now?
What's in there now is
That's
a
in-
2%
what's in there.
COLA.
Didn't you say 2% COLA, 2% merit?
No, I'm
Oh.
just asking a question,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, it's a 2% COLA at the moment.
When you look at the universe of employees, 2% COLA equals how many hard dollars?
Not much.
Well, it depends by fund, so, yeah, I have it here.
About $800 a year, really.
I just remember looking at
Right.
50,000 feet, the county budget expenses have gone up,
Yeah.
that's dollars.
1% is like 200,000 or something.
So I
like
don't
that.
have it across the board, but like in the assessor's fund, it's 9582 in salary plus benefits on that, so you have what, 13% in benefits.
Almost like 12 people there.
So for the whole county though.
It's more than.
So if I come in and ask you, what's it cost us to do 1% raise for the whole
18%.
county?
I'd have to go through and,
It's like 250,000.
well, so like in
Right.
general,
So-
it's,
And I know it's just a round number, but that's what you're talking about. So Debbie, I know you've told me that before. It's like 200,000 or something for the whole county? Or was it a million two?
I'll take it 90,000 without benefits.
so 115,565 in general fee for 2%.
So good. I don't know. Don't you have someplace in there where you put 2% or 1%, just take the difference between the two? For the whole budget?
It's multiple funds that
Yeah,
account,
it's a lot of people.
77,818 in the sheriff's department. Public works 33,764.
So Debbie, I know I've come to you and asked you this before. If we want to do a 1% raise, what's it gonna be?
We're gonna tell you in just a second.
You told me before. It's just a round number. Was it 200,000 or was it 400,000?
Hold on, 1% is probably about close to 100,000.
100,000?
I may be wrong, maybe 70.
236, 28.
I think that's low.
2%.
I thought it was more than 100,000. Wasn't there a number we used before, Chris? I don't know what it is.
118, and then you have to take benefits on that.
Oh, cool. 180.
I mean, in the past, it could have been closer to 100 when we had less employees.
Right.
All right, so how much did you say?
118 is just salaries. no
One
benefits.
second.
So for a round number, 100,000. Gives you an idea. I'll say it's more than that.
And then you're another 20,000 in benefits on that.
40%.
So
So figure
2%.
150 for across the board 1%. That doesn't include EMS, which theirs is more than
Theirs is
2%.
more than 2%.
Their steps are more than 2%.
But if we do more than 2%, they still only get 2%. If we get 3%, they still only get 2%. So,
I think their steps are closer to like 4%.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, they are.
They are.
It varied, didn't they? I mean, the different steps were different
I
percents.
don't think they were that much, were they?
Yeah.
No, they're that much.
Are those longevity steps, is that what seniority steps is?
Well, they kind of top out then too. So,
7 years, isn't it? 7 or 8?
yeah,
70.
incrementally larger in the front, kind of tapers off to try to hold people here. And then they kind of.
Yeah, it's almost a 5% in that first step.
What is it in between 3 and 4? It's like 1.5 or something. It goes.
Uh, 3.7%. Almost more.
It's more than what I remembered.
The high
2.7.
turnover kind of mitigates that.
Yeah.
Let's try,
Yeah.
idea is to try to get them in, keep them in, knock them up early. Don't shoot the guy talking here. And then kind of hold them, you know, once they kind of get up here, then you can kind of, once they're here for 3 or 4 years, then hopefully they'll stay. That was what was explained to me.
The smallest step jump is 2.5. And that's in a paramedic, which he changed. I think the EMTs are a little bit higher because some of the ones in paramedic are only a $500 jump. No, $1,500. Some of the other ones are cheaper, so. Some of those are probably a little larger, but the smallest one on a paramedic is 2.5. And I'd say the bulk of his people are at step 1 going to step 2, so they're closer to the 5.
What do you guys think? Maybe she's got a 2% COLA in there. I mean, I was never a big COLA fan, but the more I was here, the more it seemed more fair.
Yeah.
Kinda quick, because most people
Seems,
gave them a merit and they gave everybody the same anyway, so.
Not everybody.
no, I think when I first came in, we had some
Right.
COLA and a merit. And then the merit, depending on the elected official or
Right.
they, you know, you had certain numbers that got a big increase and you got others who didn't get anything.
Right.
So,
Well, but also too, when you try to treat everybody the same. And you got big departments that got lots of people that get a big pool of merit money.
Yeah.
And you get small departments that have one or two people, you don't have the merit money. And so, I mean, if you're gonna try to treat everybody the same, then the COLA is the only way to solve that. But
Yeah, it'd be nice if we could do both again, but I don't.
Well, so let's do this. So the 2%'s in there. Are you guys okay with the 2% COLA? We can come back after we're done with everyone, and if there's surpluses in some departments, we can talk more about merit. But let's get through, and if you wanna leave the 2% in there, you could increase the COLA too. You could go to a 3% COLA or whatever, but are you good with the 2% COLA at the moment and leaving it in there and continuing the discussion?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
So, assessor has the 2% in there, has a little bit of a surplus, but are you good with leaving it alone at the moment?
Okay, what, according to the Griggs, I talked to Chris, what is a residential real estate manager?
So, we created a title for her last year.
Yeah, she
And all we have-
supervises 3 people, but he said she's a residential real estate manager. So,
I know the starting one, I'm trying to do it, starting here.
2021 budget.
So we created a residential supervisor last year with a starting salary of 42. She went to the 42 last year. There isn't anything beyond a starting salary for any position.
we created that position.
Yep. Because we thought that his commercial appraiser, who had years and years of service and the certification, should be starting at more than the residential supervisor. And really, that person, that appraiser supervisor, is what his position is at the moment.
Which file is that? Is that under yours or is that under commission
Under
budget?
commission charges, and then the year.
Budget 2021,
Yeah.
and then,
It's not there, it's under the auditors, and then it's under salaries, full-time salaries.
your
Are you
auditor
looking for the
budget,
grid, or people are?
2021 salaries
I think it's
budget
the
officer.
starting.
That one?
But that's not gonna give you that grid, is that what you're after, the grid? This is where people currently are.
No, I was looking at what you had there. I was looking at that step thing that we did that last year.
Year before last, the assessor has got its own tab there.
Yeah, 2020's got that pay chart, step pay chart in there.
You guys good with taking a break for a minute? Got to pee.
Y'all not gonna approve anything while I'm gone, are you?
I don't think so.
That's a good idea.
That's a good idea. We're done.
We can put him in charge of animal control and to go with his parking.
Yeah.
He does such a good job of the.
Right. one where you have to,
payroll taxes and.
well, there's insurance.
Yep.
And
I
some
know
of
it
it's,
is a big piece of it, really, yeah.
it's the majority.
Chris, you got all your blades and stuff on your trucks?
It's the majority of it.
No, we can do that in about 30 minutes, so.
You got everything ready then?
Oh, yeah, we get ready in October.
We put you in charge of animal control?
Yeah, so I usually set some.
I get to carry a gun, right?
Yeah,
Everybody waits till it's time to
yeah,
let
if
it.
they're vicious, you,
Yeah.
It kind of gets a.
October 1st, we get everything out.
Goose attacks me or whatever.
Checked out, we're making any repairs that need to be repaired.
I guess we're supposed to get some snow on Saturday, but it's just gonna be a dust.
Yeah, talking about flurries tomorrow.
Yeah.
We'll probably get 4 inches.
that scares me when when they say,
78 degrees, one or the other.
We have people that take deductions, so they're rejected, they're not paying for we budgeted to be.
I got a feeling you're gonna make a lot of money. I think you're gonna make a lot of money this winter.
I hope. I got about
And we budget
50
full
tons of
benefits
salt
on
that I
every
need to
salary,
spread.
no matter what. So that makes a big difference.
and another $10,000 in other ice melt materials that I need to get rid of.
So it kind of works itself out.
So they have a creek.
And all the equipment that I need to
Yeah,
use.
well, it don't matter if you get the equipment ready or not.
We do
You
it
go to
year
the
in,
top,
so
something's
don't
gonna be
miss the
wrong.
financial.
Yeah, we've been pretty lucky, I mean, so, but
This is.
all my stuff is interchangeable. So if a truck breaks down or a sleigh breaks down, I can pull it off of
In a
one truck
perfect
and
world,
swap it. I
everything
mean, it
stays.
takes 5 minutes, which never happens.
Never happens,
Just
but
drive
yeah.
out,
That's
drive
why
a
it's
new one in,
much-
hook
It's
it
like
up.
So much.
And I try to make everything that way, and, you know.
So that's
A
why
lot of
that
times the
annualized
blades will be interchangeable, but the
even the
hookups
actual
will be different.
so
I'm
much
like, no,
different than that.
hookup's gotta be this one.
Redundancy's a good thing.
Oh, yeah. Well, been through a couple of big snows and
Yeah.
things when stuff breaks.
What I'm doing on some of the certifications I have back here in the jail, taser and everything, I had one guy that was certified for everything, so then he left and we were scrambling, so now I have several people that are on that.
Can't do it.
Yeah, so I'm not, gonna have all my eggs in my basket.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Kristen, let's keep going.
So, back to assessor, do you have other changes you want to make right now?
I think we had conversion to deaf and that. He keeps talking a full-time general certified appraiser, but I think we
Probably
are,
better off just subbing that out.
yeah.
I don't know how you keep somebody here, not for what we're gonna pay them. And then for the,
Well, he kind of does that a little bit with that nun company who comes in and does his.
Right.
Yeah.
and so, I think that's the way to do it.
Okay.
But then on the Clear Basin, what, we had them till the end of February, right?
Who?
Clear Basin,
I had, programming, I think I had 3 months in there. I have 3 months. So,
till the end of March.
yeah, I had 3 months. Now, that may be December, January, February, because he doesn't pay December, but I think he pays before the fact, so yes, it would be January, February, March.
Okay,
When
well,
they-
and I'm fine with whatever we had talked about, we initially had in there. I was thinking it ended
Well, I
at the
thought
end
you
of
reached
February.
out to Devlin and got a better idea of where or when, and I thought you had a number less than mine. I thought you said that 2 months would be, so I have 3 in there.
Yeah, Clear Basin doesn't really have anything to do with DevNet. They've already done the data dump, so it's there. Assessors just need to be using DevNet, making their changes and whatever cleanup and data maintenance they need to do.
Which someone probably needs to look at Clear Basin's contract and make sure that we give them the proper notice.
We've got a county attorney here, we'll probably have her look at it.
Probably better shoot her an email.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to say?
Look at Clear Basin contract.
Yeah.
See
See what,
What notice we have to.
Have to
send. If
give
we have
them
give
to-
90-day
to
notice,
terminate,
we're getting-
yeah.
We're getting close.
terminate our contract.
I think it's
And the
Anything else that's-
residential real estate manager is the same.
You are going to have to change the title and the starting salary if you wanna make that change.
Okay, I'm just,
Nope.
I don't know.
No, we made a change to it last year already too,
okay.
so.
Okay,
I just said I would,
so let's go to Road and Bridge. That's multi-purpose first.
So did you want to make that change or not? So you just brought it up.
I just
You don't
brought
wanna
it up.
make the change, huh?
I had met with Chris and I said I would, but
Okay.
I think she pretty much runs the department, but that,
Maybe he could give her some of his salary.
So,
Well, could have been the deputy assessor,
Oh, come
but they already
on.
have one, so you can only put
I'm
one
on the
in.
way out, I get to take shots.
so again, Road and Bridge, I have updated the salary that you changed this year, and it passed the 2%, but he had some additional changes in 2021 that he wanted included. They are currently not in there. And we talked about his budget holding his contingency at 2 million. So he has about 321,000 that we talked about putting in vehicles for those one-time purchases. If you want to put additional money in salaries, it will come off of that 321. And his proposal was about 16,000 additional next year for certain positions. And I think he may have sent you all an email this weekend.
yeah, he has a different kind of creating departments and,
So that is here.
Do you have a number in there for the county engineer too, or?
We bumped that one up to 85 is what he proposed to have in there. He said depending on what applications or what people apply, but he has the 85 in there at the moment to give him that wiggle room. So the column L here is the increases for next year. The total of that column is 16,666.
yeah, which is really not that much. I think we need to support Eric and let him make changes, and I thought it was, I like it where he's got everything kind of broken down, so. I think he and Brian are,
So the bottom number in the first row, first column is proposed. And then just the one he sent us just the other day.
Yep, this is the one that came this weekend.
Okay, I got it right here then.
So that 16,666, that doesn't include benefits on it, that just salaries. It does include
No,
benefits.
that's just salary. So it would be another 18%. Roughly.
But all all the other stuff is just salaries, right? It's just salaries and benefits.
But
His under amount of 49 and some change. And then he wants to add 16 and some change. Those are both salary numbers. That's not any benefits whatsoever. He's basically keeping the 32,000 under his existing budget, right? Am I reading that right?
well, I'm not sure where he's getting his number from, but I have 1744 was what was budgeted in his salary line this year. 1731 is where I'm at right now. So we add another 16,000 to that. He's gonna be 3,000 something above where he's at this year's budget. So he's going to be using the same amount of salary. I don't know where that savings is coming from. That's his spreadsheet, not mine.
Are you showing the savings? What you're saying there wouldn't be?
Yeah, I don't, if I add that 16 in there, I don't see a savings. And actually, we had payouts, but I don't know that we budgeted them. Did we budget the payouts last year? I guess we did budget some, we do, but it's more than what we thought it was gonna be.
I mean, now, let a lot of years walk out, and then using that same amount of money.
I mean, he could be using that projected number to get there, but that projected included those payouts. It also included the duplication of Eric and Larry for however many months that happened.
And Brian came on before they left too, didn't he?
Mhm.
What?
Brian came on before both of them left too, didn't he?
Yeah, so there was some
good
overlap,
information.
but that's why my projected number is 1.8.
I mean, so I'm good with putting the 16 or 17,000 back in the salary line. I mean, the commission has approval of all that. So,
Yeah.
then you're gonna have some benefits on top of that.
So you want a flat 16, you want the 16,666? Do you want to go to what his budget was last year and he can stay within it? What do you want to do?
That's kind of what I understood, that with his chart that he was working within where he was at last year. So I didn't have any initial problems with that, but now you had some changes in there apparently, or
Well, his may not include the 2%.
I don't think
Maybe
it
that's-
does
Oh,
because we did some
okay.
adjustments in the middle
So
of the year.
It was
1,744 plus 2%, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it says it doesn't have the.
Well, that would be way more. That would take you to 1,779, 2% on 1,744. You just tell me what you want. You want me to add 16,000?
Yeah, what was it, 16,006?
666,
Yeah.
667 if I round it.
I think we need to give him the tools to reorganize or create his, and,
I want to see where he's at if he's doing that all within the existing budget, because he's showing that he's actually below. So I'm not sure where the difference is at. If he's gonna go over it, then it may be a question.
Well, I'm 1,731. 1,747 is where that 16 will take you.
Let me see where he's at on them, because they're close, but he's showing that he's saving money. So is there a spot that he took some away from, or?
Well, he is saving, so if you take the 1,744, multiply it times 2%, which would be last year's number, well, maybe it has some overlap there, so it's hard to say.
I need a mouse.
But you're saying go, if we go
Well, so-
flat, it's this number, but if you go flat plus a 2% raise, then we don't have that in.
Well, so you don't know what that 1.744 was the activity last year. But there was some overlap with Larry and Eric, and of course, we didn't have a county engineer, so you take that out. I mean, there was a little bit of overlap there, but took 2% of that, you're at 1.779 or something, almost 1.78. So they're, it's obviously less than growth, just 2% growth within that department.
Does that include, I mean, he's eliminating a position and separating the duties into two of them and adding to them, but saving money there. So where's the difference at, I guess?
So the 16,667 actually costs you 21,092 in benefits.
Because did we do them adjustments this year? No, we did them like 2 years ago too. So that's, we're gonna work within the numbers that he's got right now. And maybe his numbers are all right. There's just a different way they got to them.
So that 321 or whatever the number, 301 or whatever it will be, that just go in the contingency, or where does that go?
We talked about putting it into vehicle equipment, so they had some
Okay.
vehicles
Some
and
replacements,
equipment,
yeah.
yes, that they wanted to spend, so we talked about that amount going into there.
Right. Yeah, I'm good with the 667. Because, I mean, that should cover it. I mean, I doubt that they're gonna have somebody on it on January 1st, and so
Yeah.
there'll be some additional monies that won't get spent. They need to upgrade their equipment, that's for sure. You guys good?
I'm good, yeah.
We need to see where that difference was at between his and yours then.
Well, maybe you can shoot Eric a message and just have him take a look at it and see if this will work. And he can take a look at it, or give Kristen and review it.
Yeah. Just have him get with Kristen and,
Well, I'd say if this salary only includes a 1%, some of it's in that, I have a 2%. So I'd say that's part of it.
So the ones that got their adjustment this last year are not getting anything.
I don't have it in there that way.
You had them getting the 2%.
I have a 2% across the board.
I think
unless
that's where the
position's
difference-
open.
I think that's where the difference is at, because he doesn't have it on his people, but he had it for the new people were getting a 1%.
But I also don't have in there like his bumps for those people at their, is it 6 months? So Eric's is the only one that I budgeted with that bump in there, so part of their bump may be, like, I don't have a 1% bump for them when they hit their anniversary or whatever date he's talking about what does he have for county engineer? Does he have the 85? Yes, I think he does.
Yeah. So I think he's wanting to, did he have that in there already about, to the mechanic supervisor?
So those are not in there, those are the ones he's proposing.
Yeah, that's not even in here. So that's gonna bring it up even more.
That's part of the 16.
It's 16,666.
That's part of the 16.
Yeah, that's what-
66.
That's creating those positions.
Those are the changes that aren't in mine, but he wants to see.
I'm freaking blind right now or something.
That's that chart he,
The green highlight at the top
Oh,
is
here
the
it
his
is.
spreadsheet.
No, I just was trying to find this one here. I didn't want to mention any names, but I was just trying to find it and. I was blind. Okay, so that is in there. Okay. You got that one cleared up then?
So you're good with the 16,667?
Guess I'm saying so do
yeah.
I don't know where we are on the numbers there.
That's what he needs to
On
get.
this spreadsheet, I'm fine with it, because he's under. He may still be under, because the others have the 2% in it. So,
So 301,831 is what he has left, bottom dollar, leaving his contingency at the 2 million. Are you guys good with putting that in equipment?
yeah, that's what we're talking about doing, right? Okay, yeah.
Any other changes you want to see to 200's budget? Again, I did update their insurance amount based on an actual quote. Don't think, we made a couple other smaller changes that Eric proposed when he was here. I think one was including the cartograph for next year and. what was the other
Can I ask a question about their budget?
I don't care.
So we talked about, well, at one point, I've talked to Larry about it, I think I've talked to Kristen about them adding a small surcharge to the fuel. So that way it's a separate line item in case they need to do something with the fuel pumps or something like that. They don't have to try to find that money, it just sort of builds up on itself. I'm not saying a lot of money, okay, not a lot of money, but I'm saying that if we can do, I don't know, 5 cents a gallon or something like that between us and EMS, we're the big users, well, probably me, but maybe they can get enough of a line item in there so that if a pump goes bad, they can replace it with that funding, or at least offset some of the funding. But we've talked about it, I didn't know if that was something you guys want to talk about going into the new year, or you want me to just shut up, Kristen, because you wanted that to deal with it? Okay,
Well-
I pulled all everything that I talked about.
I don't have a problem with that. I think it needs to be a self-service fund if that's what we're going to do. It needs to go into its own fund instead of Road and Bridges fund, so that fund would stand on its own, kind of like our health insurance fund, like you pay in, everybody pays into it. then that fund uses its surplus to pay for those things, so, I think it's a bigger discussion than just adding the surcharge, but I don't have a problem with the concept itself, it's just,
I just know that when that pump went bad at one time, it was towards the end of the year, and they were scrounging to try to figure out I mean, they replaced it, that wasn't the issue, but we should have a fund set
How
up.
much was it, John?
I don't even remember, that was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, at the same time we were talking about putting in that gate. So that was the discussion on that gate too, so. All right, well, never mind then.
That's something we can look at next year. I think it's
Well-
just any,
And the whole concept, like she was talking about oil changes, different kinds of things like that, we've talked about that before, being its own separate fund or entity that the charges could funnel through.
yeah. I think it's something we can discuss January, February, when things are
but yes.
quieter.
I think it would be an internal service fund, just
Yeah.
like the health insurance fund, if that's what we wanna go towards, which takes a little more setup and a little more forethought than just adding a surcharge to the fuel at the moment.
That came out of Road and Bridge, and that should come out by who uses it, and how much and stuff, so. That's what you're saying, if there's a
Yeah,
per
should
gallon
be.
charge or something.
And it won't, I mean, I don't think it's gonna fix everything, but it'll offset some of the costs that right now Road and Bridge is having to pay for.
Yeah, it's not a big charge for them if they have to eat.
Right. Because their inspections cost money when they have.
It's like our administrative fees, and we'll
It's not a bad
charge
idea.
that.
I don't like the administrative fees, so.
Oh, no. I'm saying, that's not a bad idea, but
So I would prefer to have more time to put that together, if that's something we wanna do. Maybe not at this point in this budget.
Okay,
Done.
I retract my,
I think it's a good discussion, and I think it's something we need to move
Yeah.
forward, maybe just not this close to being to the end of it.
no, put it up here and in February, maybe we'll,
Just think about what the best way to do it, and then we can kind of throw it together whenever we get through this care stuff.
And give Eric a little bit more time to absorb what he's doing.
sorry, Kristen.
It's okay. It's okay, John.
No, I'm really sorry, because either tomorrow or today, my budget's coming up. I don't want to make you mad right now.
You may be next, so be prepared. Do you guys have anything else in Road and Bridges budget at the moment?
no.
Okay, we're gonna leave the 2%, we have his 16,000 in proposed changes, and then the 301,831 into heavy equipment. Okay, pick your poison, general fund or, law enforcement next.
Jeremy's is closest.
Let's
Get
do law
John's done,
enforcement
so
and
we
leave
can-
general fund till then.
Yeah.
General fund's a lot of different departments, so let's,
I'm good with approve law enforcement budget.
okay. We have to change sales tax.
Really, no.
267. So that change creates a $307,000 deficit. So currently in the proposed was the 2% plus an adjustment of $1,800, I think is what it was for a deputy. To try to get them closer to the $40,000 mark to compete with everyone else. that some of the sheriff's revenues were down slightly due to fees and I have a feeling most of it's due to COVID. Federal prisoners was down 1.5 to 1.4. I did make the insurance change to his department as well. Look at insurance. Like 10,000 for repairs and his as well.
Unfortunately, a lot of that's the liability insurance. So.
He did have some other changes that were proposed when he came in to talk about his budget. Some of those changes were in here, some of them were not.
I don't know where we'll find $300,000. Would it be okay if you waited until Tuesday or Wednesday to look at mine, so I have time to get my staff together, try to figure out where we can find $300,000? Because even with my proposed changes, taking those out, it ain't $300,000.
I don't have a problem with it.
Some of them
Sorry.
are. So let's go down the list.
So I think I'll check that.
Yeah. So the $1,800. So the changes to his stipends were not in there. The deputy from 37 to 38 is. No changes to civilian salaries were in mine. His increase to part-time was supposed to be neutral, so, I didn't change his part-time numbers. We did not fully fund the CCW person. We did move his carry forward accounts into its own department. Training for post-certified is in there, public relations is in there. The total cost of his 2%, the 77,818, that's without benefits. The total cost of adjusting the deputy salary is 59,400. You guys tell me what you want to see. So that's with your capital in there, John.
What's that?
That's with the capital in there. So, there's not an easy way to do this. Let's look at this budget without contingency and cash forward first. Cash forward out. And then let's take capital improvement out. Okay, 205, 246 in the hole. No capital, no contingency, no cash forward. So just basic revenue and basic expense. Found your son.
Yeah, but
Not enough, but
Chris, how much money are you talking about putting over in jobs and unrestricted from the CARES?
so $205,000 in the hole.
Well, if you did 600,000, and you did 600 in the health, I mean, that, obviously that could help, help him for 1 year.
Yeah.
But I mean, so you've also dropped his sales tax down too, which is hurting him a little bit too.
So I still like that idea,
Still doesn't free up a ton of money back in GR to do stuff with. But,
I know.
I mean, it helps his budget.
yeah.
But, I mean, if you gave him the 300 there, you still have 300 left to do something with.
Yeah. That's-
Well, got so many employees, so
But getting rid of our capital improvements money, that's not gonna help me.
mhm.
we had those problems.
no, but we
early on,
haven't taken it out of.
Because that's why we kept his
So it
employees
shouldn't
down,
be
so that we,
included in
but
this.
we're also losing $1 million in the jail.
Yeah,
So
why not?
it's reducing my contingency, not gonna help me. Or reducing my capital.
Not at the moment, because it was coming out of contingency already.
Okay.
So you did have, I think, 30,000 in, maybe if I email this, can you print this for me?
Where's it at?
I'm not
Oh,
sure.
you're just gonna print it, okay. What do we do, 3% on the
Just kind of-
revenue next year? So like 1.5 for each year? 19 and 20.
Do what? I'm sorry.
We went with the 3%, 1.5 for each year.
Yeah, so that I have the 6, 7 in there.
I was in the hospital.
I mean, that's really all I don't need 6, 7 in there. Sorry, John, I didn't find you 100,000.
That's,
305. I thought I found you at 100,000, I did not. So we changed the sales tax to 6, 7. He's 305 in the hole. did have a few changes he made to get a few things in here, but I don't think I have those in there yet. Like cell block phones. We talked about going to 130, so there's 30.
140.
Yeah, so I don't have those changes in there, so there is still money that you found before that's not in here yet.
Okay.
I think we landed on 130, not 140, didn't we?
No, I think it was 140.
You didn't want any CARES money, so.
I don't know. I thought I had it here somewhere.
Huh? Oh.
You didn't hear you, he's going.
Oh, I said, and you still don't want any CARES money?
Nope.
Jessica's printing that, so give me a minute. Trying to get it in color so we can see the changes, and then I need to change his admin fee because we changed that revenue.
Wrote that down. Yes, it was. Maybe it was 130. I don't know.
At least that's what I'm showing on this spreadsheet.
Yeah, 130. But that's only $30,000.
Yeah, I think that was the only change to revenue, was when you pick up 30,000 in cell block phones, they signed a new contract.
I don't know how many copies you want. There's one.
Get leg cramps sitting.
But I think most of the other changes, John, were to salary lines or increases to expense lines.
That's one copy of it or not. We'll get some more.
So 267, 175. So John, why the decrease to 1.4 in federal prisoners? We had 1.5 last year.
I think we were just trying to be not realistic. It's actually gonna be, because we're up for renegotiation of our contract too, so we'll get more money out of it, but they weren't moving many prisoners, and I don't see them moving a lot of them till March. like they were, like it was before.
Nineteen, we were 1547, and we're at 1289, but we only, 1/4 is gonna be closer to where we're at this year, because you're running about 100,000 at the moment a month, and you got December left to bill. So 1389 is about where we're gonna be at the end of the year.
And we're only at 47 inmates right now. So we usually, for us to hit the 1.5, we gotta be right at 50.
One of the big changes in his budget had to do with board of prisoners, so that's the state reimbursement.
I gave
We're
him,
behind, I think we're actually caught up through. We're not caught up yet.
No.
She had through September, but we haven't entered them yet. So,
Oh, you do have them through September at
we
least?
do.
Oh, that's good.
I think it was September, we double check. Yeah, so she sent through September last week one day, but we don't have them entered yet. So we may have a little bit of wiggle room there, but
And then,
that one's hard because the state's not sending it, so we're billing it and we see it on our side because we billed it to them, but we have not received it.
well, so the new budget is coming around and they have allotted money for sheriffs. I don't know how much of that we will get. Supposedly.
Sheriff, is this the thing that the governor had in it before, this wasn't funded,
Yeah.
the 23 million?
Yes. Well, it was 23 million 3 months ago, so it's more than that now, but, because I don't think they've made any payments in the past 3 months. I don't think, we haven't had any money from them, have we?
I'm looking right now.
But the problem is that we have billing now up through September, but the way the state does it is it's first come, first served. So if you wait 3 months before you submit the paperwork for the month you're supposed to be in, and if everybody else puts theirs in, then we're on the lower end of the total.
We have not received July of 19 forward.
I would feel comfortable when going up, knowing that we're gonna be negotiating a contract and knowing that our,
Jennifer does have through no, that's September 19. So 20, I only have through May in there at the moment.
so I'd feel comfortable in taking the US Marshal money up to 1.5. Especially now that I know we're gonna get 1.4.
Are you guys good with that?
Where are you raising the 125 at?
But
What?
And you say you're raising something to 125?
a revenue to 1.5.
Oh, to
Yeah,
1.5.
Yeah, the federal prisoners was 1.5 in 2020, we dropped it to 1.4 next year. He's saying we could hit the 1.5 mark.
Well, if you're comfortable with it.
Well, COVID was just, it was a dampener for us, so, like everybody, because just like we had, there was prisoners that they wouldn't go, in the northern part of the country, they wouldn't go and get prisoners and bring them down here. Bureau of Prisoners shut everything down. But that's opened back up now, they're moving prisoners now.
So that would get us to 167 deficit. I mean, we could leave the regular board of prisoners at 342, just know that the state is over a year behind. I mean, we're a year and a half behind at this point.
Well, that's also, what's the chances of them paying up, and it's
At
gonna
one
be a
point,
one-time
we were
payment.
fairly
but-
close, but we,
They're gonna pay something, I just don't know what that is, because, the governor put the money in his budget, so, and we've talked to, the money's coming, I just don't know how much it's gonna be. It was
Well-
23 million, the last time I heard it was 8 million.
I think part of the problem though is there's a lot of counties that are a lot farther behind than we are, and if they've finally got caught up and got their paperwork in and requests
No.
and stuff.
A lot of the other counties, they do it monthly, as soon as it gets done, they submit it within 2 months, so.
I haven't seen a report in a while, so they may have gotten that caught up then, because
So
it
if
was
you
all
leave-
over the board.
if you leave that at the 342 that we had budgeted in 2020, we're down to 64,000 in the hole.
Isn't that, the biometrics is in there where my commissary money and goes?
That's all in that carry forward.
Yeah.
I don't think the 342 in revenue is unreasonable, it's just whether or not we'll actually receive it from the state or not. I don't think it's an unreasonable number, it's just whether or not the state actually reimburses us. And we can come back to that one, I can ask Jennifer to get us updated through September. Maybe a little bit, should not up there, moment. Are you guys good with those two changes at the moment?
I think if the sheriff is comfortable with them.
Yeah,
So, John, I got you down to 64, 848 is what we're missing.
I think our revenues are gonna be up, but
I think
I'd
some,
rather
I think some of
prepare for
those
the worst.
fees could go back up, but it's dependent on the courts opening back up fully and those kinds of things that we're really not sure about at the moment. So I think some of his fees we took down just because they were down this year. I mean, if you look at that general execution fees, we were at 240 in the budget in 2020. We're projecting it to be at 203, so we dropped it to 203 for next year. So some of those we could go based on the fact that we think they're gonna come back up. But that's really where we're at. I mean, that's where his fall is. It could be too that we're going to spend 64,000 in the hole this year and see if the fees come back up next year. And that he has to make up that 64,000 next year if his fees don't come back around.
I feel confident that the revenue will come back. I mean, once the courts, specifically, once the courts start opening up, I think I feel confident that those fees will come back,
But I mean, that's a lot of his fees. Civil fees are down. I mean, it's just the fact that court cases aren't moving. We're not seeing those fees coming through like we normally would.
there's the,
I get the fifth
Judge,
Judge
yeah.
Gone, should that increase it a little bit too then? A
It
few
will.
more things fly to there.
It
I
will.
think the sales tax revenue will be up a little bit too, but.
Well, right now on our civil fees, there's a $10 fee that's supposed to be, that private servers are supposed to be charging and giving back to us. And some of them are, some of them aren't, because the law, I don't surprise you, wasn't written that well. So they're fixing that, supposedly this term, they're gonna fix that to where it mandates that any private server has to give us $10 for any service they do within our county. That will increase something. A lot, actually.
I mean, just in civil fees, general execution fees and sequestration, he has the 64,000 that we dropped this year due to the fees being down. If we leave them flat for next year. But just know, if they don't bounce back, next year's budget's gonna look harder, because you're gonna have to drop them back.
Like I said, I am fairly confident that those numbers will come back.
Sooner or later, they have to.
Well, I mean, the courts are gonna open back with the vaccines, we can just start a vaccine, and so the courts are gonna open back, we have to. We can't leave people in jail without letting them go through due course, due process. Same with feds, they've opened up the courthouse now, so they're moving cases now, so we'll see an increase in federal prisoners.
You said you were gonna maybe go sit with staff and see if you could find 300,000 a while ago, so you think you can maybe make it lean in some other areas, and then we just watch what the fees do and stuff, and
64 is still gonna be a pretty tough number for me.
Yeah, I know.
Go back and take a look at it.
but if it doesn't come back next year, then the following year is gonna be harder to function with, but.
Well, and then there was a question on the 2% COLA on some of my staff getting 2%. We made it, usually in the past, if we gave them the big pay raises, they would not get the 2%. And the jailers were one that we just gave a pretty good sized pay raise to. So, I talked to Jill, and she wasn't comfortable with it, but I see that EMS is not getting 2%, so.
I thought we did that with, but was that cost of living or just merit that we didn't allow for them? Because we did it with Public Works and we gave them that bump. We said, we'll do this bump.
We've done it both times, we've done it both ways in the past. We've done it where they waived their, I waived their COLA and their merit, and then there was times when we said no merit. So we've done it both ways. I'm not saying it was right, I'm just saying we've done it both ways.
Well, that was part of the argument of not doing it at budget time, which that's what we try to punt it to, is the
Right.
budget time. Well, if we do this now, I really need to do it, but we don't do the end of year raises if y'all do them.
You're right, so we've had that discussion, so.
I think it's just hard if you do a cost of living, and I think Phil's argument is the same. If you're doing it as a true cost of living, everybody gets included unless they're not currently employed with the county.
But doesn't, I mean, the devil's advocate, doesn't that mean then that EMS should get a 2% raise then? I mean,
Well, so I think their step includes their COLA, so they're
Oh, okay.
actually more than 2%.
Okay, all right, that makes sense.
But
Kristen, if you, I think I might know where Jill's going on that. You carve out some people say you don't get it, does it affect the elected officials? Well, I mean, one of the things about, we talked about
Right.
elected officials' compensation.
right,
It moves with COLA.
right.
If you start excluding COLA on certain people, you lose that argument that.
That's one we've never approached before.
Yeah, but the difference is, you know.
They got a raise, they just got it
Yes,
earlier.
and it's a bigger raise than a 2%. I mean, it's not like we're giving them a pay raise that's less than a 2% COLA raise. They're getting that COLA raise because they're getting within like with the civilian staff. They're getting that in there. With the deputies, they're getting that 2%, but they're getting a little bit more. Well, they're getting, I don't even remember how much it is, but they're getting more.
Other thoughts?
Was it 1,800?
And really, we were doing that to compete with your surrounding
Oh, yeah.
competition.
Monaco County just raised theirs, I mean, like 2 days ago. I hate them now too.
Are you the one that gave them COVID?
What's that?
Didn't they have to shut down, or is that Miller?
That was Miller.
Miller had to shut.
Everybody back up.
Everybody was quarantined.
Pike County, they shut down their jail for 3 weeks, I think it was, because they had, staff was getting sick.
Well, they sent them to Howard or something like that.
They sent them
It's
to.
either Howard or
Auburn.
Cooper.
It was Auburn. We're looking at 64.8. Let me go back to staff and talk with them and see if, where we can try to find that 64.8 and maybe some ideas that we have.
Just lean some of it out for now. We can see what the revenues do, and if it's, doing fine, then we can always go back and make you more healthy in certain areas. And I know there's only so much you can cut out. You still have to use your pencils and pens and paper and such, and it takes a lot of that to amount to 64,000. So
I really, truly, I don't know where we'll find it, but
I'd rather you all look at it and see where you think it would hurt you less to take it from. And if it just can't be done, then I guess we'll have to talk about if we gotta.
Well, like I said, if you wanna leave those 3 fees flat in the budget to what we budgeted in 2020 with the assumption that they will go back up, that would cover 64. If you cannot cut it
oh, I
out.
see what you're saying.
Huh?
I see what you're saying now. You're saying leave the revenue lines.
Those 3.
Yeah.
So, yes. Because those 3 are really the ones that are court dependent. I mean,
Right.
or civil fee based, like
Sure.
they're, so if you left them flat, those 3 fees, which would be these 3, 138, 500, let's just leave this 240. And took this one to 35. It'd be $652 to the black.
I think that's what we do. I mean, seriously, I'm confident those numbers will come up.
And you can see based on activity, I mean, they were there, they were actually some of them over that in 2019.
And-
It's just they took a hit in 2020. But, again, if they don't come back around next year, I think you're gonna have to cut them back.
I mean, because on top of getting me to the 64, if I want to do those other things that's not on here, if I wanted to do the stipends to you, I still gotta find that money separate, right? Because you don't have that in your budget?
I do not have those in there.
It's just, would ask is, you go ahead and keep those three revenue lines flat line, because I'm very confident we can get in there, and let me go back and talk to my staff to see if we can find the money for the other three items that I was asking for, which is gonna be,
So, John, number 2, number 3, and number 5 on your list, I do not think are in there.
right.
I think you have to check it. Yeah. Is good with this at the moment?
I can live with it.
Yeah,
Good, that's here?
So
I
you're
didn't
good
realize
with-
it was gonna take him into the black by changing the revenues. I thought he still had to find some.
I still do have to find some.
Well, if he wants to do anything else
For
on his list that he
these.
asked for, he would have to find additional. This gets him to even with what's in there at the moment, which is the 2%, the deputy adjustment,
Okay.
that was included in the proposed.
I was thinking with even bringing those revenues back, it was still keeping it in the red at 65, so.
No,
No.
those last 3 fix that, if you're good with those 3 Bs. And then we had the Board of Prisoners and federal prisoners that we had talked about before, and then his cell block phones, they signed a new contract, so we're good with taking that up to 130. So the green highlights up on the screen are the changes.
If you're okay with doing that, then I'll leave, if you're done talking on my budget. And then, Betsy's not in today. When she comes in tomorrow, we will, sit down and talk about this and see what I can find on those two. It's 77,000 for the civilians. I don't know, I don't think I'll find that, I just don't think it's there. I just don't think it's there. But I'll do what I can.
Okay, I'm gonna save these changes at the moment. We're going to consider his budget done at the moment.
You need me for anything else? I'll head over and start trying to. Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks, John.
Okay, Debbie, I need you to write down, did you write down the, did we change road versus that, the deviation of change? Issue of change.
Yes, yes.
So, John's admin fee with 201,000 even. Okay, so.
I'll be right back.
I'm gonna make a couple of changes to general fund based on the other funds we've already done on their admin fees, so we can see the big picture.
Did you work out
That was from EMS sales tax, yeah, we do EMS enterprise. Yeah, but we were talking about all those 10 people there, but we didn't change their, which it shouldn't have changed, because we added, I don't think we should take it out of it. So I think we're good on that one, it shouldn't change. Talking through. certain time you want to break for lunch. I think they have a break for lunch in the agenda.
Noonish. Court's 11, I mean, how? We can say 11:30 if we get,
Well,
Or
it's
no.
just, we're gonna start general fund, which is gonna take a little longer to do, so.
We got on schedule for tomorrow too, till 3,
We
5,
do have it on
10.
schedule for tomorrow.
and then Wednesday.
Are you a lot on that regular chapter?
yeah, I'll do that first.
Is it at 9 tomorrow, or we starting early?
8.
again? 8 tomorrow again?
Secretary of State's gonna come present us with the bicentennial flag and banner. I wanna do him first.
That's still not right.
I saw that on there.
Yeah.
Okay, 1005. Let's do these sales tax ones, so you guys can see what I'm changing. So they're 15% of the 6.7 for sales tax income in the capital improvement sales tax courthouse portion. Changes their sales tax income to $1,005,000 for next year. Which changes their admin fee to $30,540. Do you guys have any other changes you want to see in that fund? It's going to balance this budget. This will be 412,113. So this is the last year of that 5-year sales tax, so, that's why we could bump the contingency down even further, but what I have in there right now is $2.5 million in capital improvements. And then the $76,487 for park improvements, which is the rest of their $100,000 over the 5 years. And then $225,000 in capital, computerization. It's good with the,
Yeah, I don't know anything to change in here.
okay. And then the road and bridge side of sales tax, I will go in and change the sales tax figure, and I will also change their admin fee, but, really until I get to after that last budget run for the year, I can't really change a whole lot in projects, cause it will be based on where he's at and what he has left to spend for next year. So Eric and I will sit down right at the end of the year, move that around. He went over the projects that he had in there. If he doesn't have enough money to do them all, he'll have to back one off. I have a feeling he will throw some money into contingency if he has more money than we thought he would. So he kinda has a little wiggle room on those bigger projects that he hasn't bid yet, but, their sales tax figure will go to 5,695 for their 85%.
So I'm gonna knock it off of them.
Desk anymore. Oh, we might be done with this today anyway. Except for the sheriff's, but he's gone now. We could be done with it, couldn't we?
You just wanna get him back over here, don't you?
That's all I picking on him.
$189,330. Why did that go up? I don't think I was including the article funds.
So that all systems quote, we don't need that on there tomorrow, so we're done with that. So source ad approvals, those will be pretty quick.
Okay, so there's a $222,000 deficit in his portion of the sales tax at the moment, but like I said, we'll adjust that based on open POs and see where we're at. And then I'll leave it up to Eric what project he needs to cut from or what he needs to do there,
Okay.
if you guys are good with that. So, general fund. 20%. I have the 6 people, and I actually, I need to change transfer. We're $22,014 in the hole. And we had some additional requests from multiple departments for merit type increases for employees. The 6 people in there is a deputy auditor, human resource person, a maintenance worker in building maintenance, an administrative person in one prosecutor, a deputy marshal for the new judge, and then the environmental specialist in the health department. Don't know if you want to start with those, if you want to go department by department down the list.
But we have to provide the deputy marshal, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty much along that line too.
Yeah, I
don't
think
know
we
if there's
have,
any way around that one.
I think we have to do that one.
The state's gonna reimburse us, right? I mean, otherwise it's an unfunded mandate, right?
You're funny. You're funny.
Not gonna be looking for there.
So
Not
then,
gonna see that check.
so what is Locke?
Locke wants an administrative assistant. He's added additional attorneys, one last year for sure with the VAWA grant, and possibly one year before that he funds. And he hasn't added any admin staff to keep up with the extra attorneys. Now, I will tell you, we also don't have anything budgeted in general fund for the offset of the health department salaries from CARES. So if you guys are talking about doing that, it's not in here either, just like it was not in EMS.
So out of the added positions, I think Marshall's the one that we have to do. I just said that.
Yeah,
And the next priority on there, I think that we really need to look at, and Debbie had her, well, she gave us a copy of it and everything too, a lot of very good points on why we need an HR person.
yeah, we're up over 300 employees.
So that
That's,
would probably be my next one in line, and we've been talking about it for several years. I don't know where that person would go, where the office would be. So we need to take that into consideration. Your office is pretty big, Sam. You might split that up.
You can share with Jeff.
oh, God knows what he'd paint. I'd have to.
That backfired. I just got done redecorating. I can't move.
Remember how out at the old health department, they had like that, it had to have been a broom closet, and they put the desks against the wall. So we got this janitorial closet over here we could make kind of like
Make
that.
Jeff's office?
He can paint all 3 walls.
Well, the old office over here that was great, all 3 commissioners sat there when they first came.
But I'll tell you, I went, see Judge Joyce's office over there is magnificent. So I would move into her office and then,
I think we got places we can put somebody. but
yeah,
it's just-
I think, but
We're gonna have to
I,
do some moving around, or, I mean, we really need the HR person here, I would think.
yeah, I agree, the HR, and then we can get our employee manual and everything. Again, that's something, it's gonna take some time, so.
think you need to rely on that person to help at the time when you talk about salaries. To be your right-hand person. Not so much that your department heads would fib to you or anything, but I think you need another party to look at it from a bigger picture.
Yeah.
Well, we just need to make sure that the changes that are being proposed
Right.
affect the whole salary scale, not just their department. So sometimes those changes have ripple effects to other places.
I mean, that's what.
But they don't want that change if it's gonna go all the way across the board. That's their person that does more than everybody else's, so.
I just think that person would be, bring the facts to you. But definitely it needs to be in this office somewhere.
So that's 2 positions.
Can mine be the next one on the list?
Pardon?
Can mine be the next one on the list?
Justify why you need,
Huh?
what justify why you need one.
Well, we're gonna have to start hiring out some auditing because we're not getting it done. Just everyday auditing, it's not happening. We're buried with the day-to-day stuff and we're not doing auditing work, we're only doing accounting work. And we can't keep up.
So is this because of the times and care and
I think
everything,
I
or?
think it's been coming for 2 or 3 years, it's just CARES threw it out of control. I mean, I think CARES had a lot to do with it this year, but I don't think that it's going away. It's not getting better, it's getting worse. And you can't quantify the amount of time that you spend calculating and recalculating. I mean, you've seen today the change here ripples down to here and here. It's that all the time, and you can't quantify the amount of time that it's taking to calculate this, and what if we did that, the change to holiday. I probably spent 2.5 days last week and I still don't have it done on trying to calculate the different ways that we could do holiday pay or not do holiday pay. We may throw it out the window and decide we're not gonna change anything, but that doesn't give me 2.5 days of work back that I didn't spend on doing anything else. And sitting down here and things like this, I mean, that's leaving everything to Jennifer to get done for today for tomorrow's meeting. We just can't keep up, and I don't know what the answer is. I think it's another person, but even if you don't add another person, I'm gonna come right back to you and say we possibly need to bring in an outside firm to do some of the hands-on auditing during the year, because fees and things aren't getting audited the way that they should because we don't have the time.
I'd rather try that to start with, though, is to get a little outside help and get through this care stuff and see where we're at then.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna guarantee you that HR is gonna take any work off of our.
Oh, no, it's gonna create more.
So if you bring in an outside firm, I mean, is it, in the long run, is it gonna cost us more to do that than if we,
I think so, but I could be wrong.
I mean,
And it's gonna take just as much time for me to walk through and agree upon procedures and tell them how to do what I already know how to do, because I'm still gonna have to hold their hand through the process. So it's going to create more work on the office in the long run beyond where we're at. I'm asking for help to make my position a 40-hour-a-week position instead of a 60-hour-a-week position. And that's on a good week.
so what's the salary?
I have 32 in there.
That's out of my wheelhouse. Harry, what do you're a CPA. What is your opinion? Put you on the spot.
I can't issue an opinion, I'm not independent. I don't know what it costs to farm it out, you probably have to farm it out. It doesn't take long to chew up 32,000 of farmed out dollars. I don't think your current auditor could be part of it because the auditor can't audit himself, herself, so it could be another third party contract. Kristen and I visited about how much time it's taking to do things. I guess the CARES is exacerbating the issue. Let me ask this question. I think in visiting with Eric, Public Works has their own finance person, someone.
So they have, each of the larger departments have someone that enters their timesheets and that enters their accounts payable. So that gets entered by those departments, that then moves across for us to review and approve.
Does EMS have their own?
Yes. But I would say the duties of the person at EMS are less than.
Have changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because I do not have to take
So when this discussion started at 10:40 on the additional positions, are all those additional positions all in the numbers?
Yes, those 6 are in there,
Those
yes.
6 are in there?
Yes.
And I guess I kind of drifted off at one point there, and as a result of them being in there, the budget is short.
Well, due to the change in sales tax figures that we did this morning, we are now short $22,014. So I actually had a cushion in there
So
beyond what I had in there originally. So the bump that we took because of the reduction in sales tax did not affect this fund as much as it could have. But the 22,000 is where we're at right now in the red. With those changes.
With all 6 positions in
Yes,
there?
yes.
Can we find 22,000 somewhere else out of a $56 million budget or this, we're talking just general fund?
This is just general fund, so you're talking in 14 million.
14 million.
I think we could. I think that there are some, if you look at 151, just like we did in the sheriff, which is the court's fees, we dropped those down due to most likely COVID. If you left those flat. That probably would make up some of that difference.
It just becomes harder when you add personnel and cost, because we're a personnel-driven business.
Right.
And if we're banking on using reserves or other revenue that doesn't come every year, then.
So what was the starting salary on the prosecuting attorneys?
Well, we could get all of them down there and let them all,
Well, I know, I'm just,
when they're employed, then
33,000.
we can just have we got 5 people, 1 position, we
Okay.
can, 5 men enter, 1 man leave. We'll have
okay, what was the,
have a brawl.
okay, you're number 4. What are the other 2?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
And it also comes down to adding people or taking care
We
of
got health
people.
department,
Oh, the health department, yeah.
prosecutor, maintenance,
Oh,
we
maintenance.
got the marshal and HR. That's 6?
So those 3 fees, if you did the same thing, you'd be down to $3,500 in the hole. The 3 fees in clerk, which are court fees, which I'm assuming are down due to COVID, if you left them flat for the year instead of reducing them, it would be 3,514 deficit.
That's a rounding error when you're talking about 14 million.
Yeah. And we will have a few carried forward accounts that will adjust year end. So items like health department has, quick Medicaid that gets to carry forward their amount. I have an estimate in there, but it will be adjusted up or down depending on where it's at. Those will fluctuate the number slightly.
All of our funds will adjust based on actual
Right.
at the end of the year.
What's your HR person in there at?
70,000.
I mean, if we're only worried about a one-year budget here, that 70,000 is not gonna start on January 1,
But
right? I know you should, maybe first year you should budget partial year for someone because the following year is full year. But that alone, if that person retired January 15th, it's a break-even budget instead of January 1, isn't it?
I know maintenance, I think Danny is leaving, so,
that will be a replacement.
yeah, that'd be a replacement.
But maintenance does have an additional body.
Yeah, and we,
Under the budget. What if you just backed off those salary, say the HR salary line? $40,000. Not even salary, less than that because of add-ons that go with the salary.
I'm really not for adding that many people. It's a bad time to be adding a whole lot of people.
You know, I don't think you have a choice on the marshal.
no, we don't.
No, I agree. That's why I said
No.
that one, I think we all agree that one is
We're
a,
playing with fire without
So.
an HR person.
No, yeah, we are. So those two I've got check marked by.
I think you could make up the 3,500 in local use tax, so I did leave it flat from 19 with no increase, and it's over 2.3 at the moment. I mean, you can make up the $3,000 there. Cause I don't even have a 1% increase in that local use tax.
It changes so much. I'm 3,000 here.
You know, 1% would be 19,000, so you would be less than a 1% increase on that from the 19 number. And this year alone, we're up. Was that one calculated? Percent increase. 2,368. 21%.
I know the health department, Chris he's being stretched a bunch of different ways, so,
COVID,
well, yeah, he's working both. He's doing COVID, he's doing,
So, I mean, I think his position falls under the money you're taking in through CARES to offset the health department salaries. I mean,
Yeah,
I
you're
think
probably
that would
right,
be a
yeah,
position
yeah.
that you could consider part of that.
yeah,
for 1 year.
yeah, that's 1 year.
yeah.
Right, but none of that money is in here, so if you take another 600,000, just estimating, I don't know, we need to back off her.
About 400. But I didn't have benefits.
Right, we don't have benefits on there. So, I mean, money is not in here at all.
I'm not using that money though to consider adding people though, because it's one-time money, it's not gonna be there to keep funding those positions. So,
This is probably not the right time to bring this up, but has there ever been discussion that our reserves aren't too healthy?
So I do have the 3 million in there for capital improvements in general.
I will send you a thing that we had done on the reserves, or what our goals are for each fund. I can send you that. It was done quite a few years ago. It was done when we were doing the bond issue, and we had the financial consultant lady do that for us too. So I'll share that with you.
I think we've gone based on 6 million being the goal, so we're almost double that.
And say this COVID, we just haven't,
Well,
it's kind of changed.
You can just disregard 20, and I could have asked the same question a year ago.
Yeah.
Or 2 years ago. When I tell a few people that I'm going to become a commissioner in the county, and they ask about reserves, and I throw a number at them, they go, are you sure? That sounds fine. Now, I'm not saying that we need to spend every dollar, but I'm not going there at all, but at some point, if we've got too much in reserves, it means we've taken too much from the taxpayers.
Somewhere soon, we're gonna have to do some major,
Well, that's it.
either the courthouse or whether, and we really need, with the 5th judge coming on, we need to look and see, do we wanna go over to 209 and maybe tear down that building and do we wanna tear down the jail and do the addition that I mean, we need more space.
I understand
And so,
that, Sam,
yeah.
but you know what? If we are a county that can afford to use its reserves to buy assets that are going to last 50 or 60 years, there aren't many counties that could or would do that. They finance an
Mhm.
addition of that sort.
Well, I think we'll have to finance some as well.
Well, but, Kristen, you laid back $1.5 million a year ago. We hadn't spent any of it. We're laying back another $1.5 million going forward. So it's not like we haven't planned for some of these fixed asset additions.
So right now, the 1.682 under activity is a surplus of money this year. And that's where I added the additional 1.5 is to spend that surplus that was brought in this year, which could be closer to 2 million by the time we're said and done. But I don't think so.
we could spend that down tomorrow with what projects we have here.
Oh, yeah.
So I don't say as we're taking too much tax money. I think we've been smart with our money to build a nest egg like that. So most of our projects that we'd be able to afford to do after saving that money up over the years. Now whatever we do at the old jail, that one's probably gonna take something bigger, but
I think, looking at maintenance, putting a 6th in maintenance, I don't want to short Greg, but if we're going to hire a replacement, and we've talked about maybe bidding out the grass cutting, which would take some off of him, although he says that's not a time consuming, I don't know, out of all of them, that's one we could,
Well, that, it may not be time consuming, but I know there's been discussion in the past whether it is equipment consuming.
Well, I know, and that's too, looking at the,
Giant mower that costs
15,000.
yeah, yeah. So, and then we've got, yeah,
Well, and there's quite a bit on his equipment list that if you're not going to do mowing with like the trailer and the
yeah.
mower and that kind of stuff. Now, I don't know as far as like snow removal, if he was.
He's still gonna need that, cause
still need
he,
some of that, I don't know.
yeah.
But we've also spent quite a bit of money on volunteer just at one facility.
What did we spend over at the,
Out of here. Back to the 22%.
Chris, what's the name of that company? You know?
I thought it was Mid-State. The 150 a month, times probably 7 or 8 months.
Landscaping.
Yeah. Or that was 150.
This
Probably.
year so far, we spent 49.4.
Yeah, 4940 from 1214 of 19 to 1214 of 20.
We just paid us,
so 5,000?
Yeah.
Okay.
and that's one building. Probably the biggest yard.
But what do we have in there for salary? So 28. I mean, you could have 3 buildings for that.
And you don't have all the equipment. I mean, I think,
You got duplication there too. I mean, you got Public Works doing some stuff that you can farm out as well. They've
Well,
got
and
some
that
equipment
28
in there
doesn't
well.
have the benefits on it, so you're talking another 40% on top of that, because that one has health insurance added as well. So, probably more than that.
I know we'll,
Remember the last time we bid that out, what we were talking as far as total cost? I don't
It was
remember.
hard,
Was it like in the 30s or?
but it included the park, so that made it really hard.
Yeah, the biggest one was County Park.
Yeah.
Which Greg isn't mowing it.
No, Public Works is. And they've got,
And they've got a part-timer in their budget for that.
right, and they've got a bunch of equipment that they want to purchase to
mhm.
do that as well.
It could be something we look into again, instead of that.
Well,
I
and
don't think that's
we
the only-
eliminated some of those other smaller, like roundabout, like didn't we go through those properties and?
I think we can get rid of it.
Well, so we got rid of Wren's Lake, which they were doing some stuff over there. And we got rid of that park in Osage City, and I think those were the only two, really. We still got Brooks Park and Thanen Park and County Park, and then a few other little roundabouts, I think that they probably have to get with Eric and Brian on that to see, but County Park's the big one.
So Greg does, I mean, the courthouse here and the jail, and I guess Pringer's. And those, none of those
lessee
are
out
real
there at
big.
County Park's mowing quite a bit of it.
Huh?
Said the lessee out at County Park's mowing quite a bit of it.
And there was always the concept of getting a cleaning company in here at night versus hiring. But I know that's not popular, but
I think I got a quote from Radels, and
there it is. Oh.
Kristen, do you feel comfortable in that, back to that use tax adjustment?
But yeah, I mean, I think you could. I held it back last year because it does fluctuate some. Go to that. Just that. I mean, it's been consistently growing since 17. 1,314, 1,719, 2,3, and I still have it at 1,9. I mean, I don't know that a 1% on there would be. Yeah, you could have 19,000. That, and I don't think it would.
Yeah.
Right, I don't think it would be outlined.
But my thoughts are, we're conservative on the big revenue numbers. At least you can make that argument, that if elected officials and department directors stay within their budget, and we do this little, we add these six, we adjust use tax up a smidgen, have a budget, and knowing that many of the expenditures, budgeted expenditures, are not gonna take place because you're not gonna hire those 6 people on January 1. Those 6 additional people, 10 EMS people are not gonna be on the payroll on January 1. So I think,
Are we going to take forms for any of those?
They may be on board. I think he's got a bunch of them ready to go.
I thought he had 4 that are.
We have
I don't
three
think
hires.
I'm sorry?
I was gonna say, I haven't seen pay forms for those yet.
but I mean, right now, I guess we're on GR, so.
Right,
Stay
right.
there, but staying on, just on GR, adding those 6, we know they're not gonna all start on the first of the year. And, you got to keep, you can adjust that revenue number, so. When we're talking about $14 million budget, and we're
42.
spending a lot of time talking about $3,500.
Well, we got 6 positions total though, so it's 6 times however many people. And that's quite a bit of raise for the existing people we got that we could take care of too, so that's another thing to consider.
But
About 350,000. With that.
For those 6 positions.
But I mean, you're saying we can't not do the federal, or the deputy marshal, and we're for sure doing HR.
Well,
they're
if
the
we have
two
a place,
highest paid ones out of the list.
if we have a place for HR,
Cause that's 115. So 137 for the other four. Plus benefits.
And you back that at 40% over there.
Yeah. Do you wanna hold off on the maintenance worker and bid out the mowing? And see where it comes in at?
I know we looked at it before and it,
And Greg will tell you, he'll want that person for doing more than mowing.
yeah, no.
And he actually asked for 2 in the budget.
And I'm not sure, when we were talking to him, that we talked about having this position as the one that he could count on underneath him.
Well, I think somewhere down the road, that salary's not in,
Or promoting one that comes.
yeah.
I'd be more apt to consider that than I would another person. And then-
But being either one of the ones he currently has or the one, he has one
And
retired.
tell him he needed to have a second
Yeah, he has
charge
one.
for as long as he's been here.
So
So-
you're thinking increase the salary for the one that's open and making it,
No, I'm thinking that we will just up the one that's open to a deputy position. Use that position and this one, yeah, this maintenance position. So maybe the cost is more money. He needs somebody right underneath him, but whether.
I'm not adding a person, I'm not for adding a person for him, but I'd be fine having a second in charge, or a
I thought
second.
that's what he was saying, was changing one of the ones he has, which he will have one open, changing their salary to more to make it a second.
I'm not saying that you don't need help, especially with this COVID crap and bookkeeping and stuff right now. I'm just not into adding people right now. I'm not saying it wouldn't be something to reconsider in the middle of the year, see what the vaccine does. Maybe that does slow it down, get it in control, and changes everything around, and we see what's going on.
But I can't tell you that the bulk of our work is COVID. It's pulling us away more, but, we're not even halfway done with inventory that's supposed to be done in 2 weeks. I have budget stuff that's not getting done, like EMS's addition of a department. I don't have time. There's not enough hours in the day to complete all the work that's supposed to be coming from our office.
Sleeping,
And I would say-
Somebody just gets told, nope, not gonna happen today.
Okay.
sleeping is overrated.
You be prepared when you're the one told no.
All right.
And I don't want to be coming back.
Because we can't keep going at the pace we're going. It's not happening. So someone.
Well, I don't know enough about the prosecutor's legal assistant, but
Well, let's get him down.
Does
We
he
talk
have
to him
more?
too. Anybody wants a
does
person
he
needs
have
to be in the
more-
same room at the same time, fighting the same fight.
Yeah, how many more attorneys does
So,
he have now? that
Get them
he-
all down here. Get Greg in here.
I know Brenda and Paulette. So if we do all of maintenance and then talk to Greg and see
all here after lunch.
I already got my answer. If we could find a place for HR, that one is one that I think we really need to push. Otherwise, it's gonna cost us even more in the long run. And then the marshal, we really don't have a choice on. And temporarily, if we gotta get somebody to help do some work for your office, I think we can do it for less money. If we need to. Locke always needs more help up there. He's gotten some people. I think Greg has enough. And poor Christie, I always tell her no on hers too right now.
I'll see, I'm for the health department. I think, and I'm probably okay with Kristen's. So the two, it's the prosecuting attorney and Greg.
Harry said all six, right?
Yes.
I'll just say it's a slippery slope. I mean,
Yeah,
we keep adding people and budgets don't get any easier, and I mean,
But you also have to realize you keep adding people as a sheriff, you keep adding people in EMS, but the people that are doing the bulk of the work for that payroll and those expenses and all that stuff, you're not adding any help to us. You're adding more work in other places, but you're not adding any help in the departments that are dealing with them all the time.
Like we said, when we start somebody at a department level, more than what we're starting people that are here working with all departments becomes an issue. And they only have one department.
I mean, that trickle down effect of, hey, this department's growing and this department's growing and this department's growing, it's trickling down to us in the accounting stuff. Because
I don't
it doesn't
disagree.
go away, it just keeps piling on more and more. And at some point, like, you can't handle all of the time and effort that goes into taking care of those people. And I know you wanna blame it on CARES, but that's not the problem.
It's not helping right now.
It's not helping, no.
It's gonna make it, that much worse. It's gonna multiply
But when
right
it
now.
goes away, it's not gonna help with any of the issues we're having with the day-to-day stuff that goes on. The budget grows, the fixed assets grow, the time away from the office grows. The help that those other departments need grows. The number of adjustments we do to fix things that are wrong grows. Just like the number of pay forms, the number of changes, the number of people to add and take benefits away from when they add or leave.
I mean, that's becoming very hard for us, even with an HR person, we can't keep up. When you take a week off,
And you spend
you're
the
spending a
next,
whole weekend here trying to catch up before, and that's not what a week off is about.
see, I'd be going on a lot of maintenance, and I think there we need to talk to Greg and see how he's utilizing his people. And we've got to replace the one who's leaving. And then, like Jeff said, maybe look and see if there is one that can kind of become his deputy director, assistant, whatever. The only reason I'm saying now on the prosecuting attorney is with all the trials they're sitting on, when the courts do open up again, they're gonna be
Yeah, well, that's helpful.
Sounds like you got what? You got 4?
5.
5?
Yeah, I was thinking about the prosecuting attorneys, but I think if he's got more attorneys up there, and then with all the trials they're sitting on, because I know they're talking about assigning attorneys to help a public defender so they can get this backlog. So I think they're going to be, when the courts open up again and when they start, it's going to be see, I think Judge Joyce has pretty much had the courthouse, it's been doing limited for the last 2 months, 3 months.
Well, you got 2 of y'all that want the 4 positions, so.
5.
Oh, you went to 5 now?
Yeah,
There were 6 total. And I thought
yeah.
you said you
So
were
the only
good
one
with
with
4.
maintenance, I would,
So now everybody
we
gets it
need to
except for
hire,
maintenance?
we need to hire the new, and then we need to talk to Greg and see.
Well, I mean, let's move on. We can
Yeah,
hash it all day
yeah,
long.
yeah.
We can do it all week long. It's not, I don't think it's gonna change my mind. I think we need to scale back right now. I'd rather give a bigger raise than to be hiring 6 more people, so, okay.
Okay.
So you wanna go through them one at a time and tell me which ones you want, don't want?
I think Harry was talking about all, Sam was good with all but maintenance, and I just had the 2 of them, so you got 2 of them for the 5.
So
Can
change
I
the
have
thing.
another one?
Well, that's what's gonna happen next year. We're gonna have 72 people wanting an extra person because we got more elections, we got more stuff to collect taxes on, and
I
More
hope we'll be
assessment
back
fees,
to
so.
some normalcy next year.
I don't even care when it's normal, it's a pain in the butt. Cause we'll never have enough help.
Okay, so I'm taking the maintenance worker out. Did you want to talk about changing the salary of one of his people?
I think we need to talk to Greg. He's,
That's the lowest paid one out there, Sam.
well, Greg, yeah, I know he is.
Or the ones that you're approving.
Pulling out.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm looking at, though. I'm just looking at,
Well, I don't even know, yeah. When does Greg come back?
First year.
So
Can't remember.
that would be one we would add.
yeah, and
During
I can
the
talk to
year if
Greg.
we wanted, Because
but-
I don't know that we're gonna get the answers before the budget.
And if we're adding 6 more here and 10 more out there, I'm coming back to the first quarter. Be ready. And if they're adding one up there.
Oh, wait,
I'm
do it the
coming
first
back.
week. So we did it with the step pay chart, so we got that somewhat figured out. It was 2 weeks into the new year and we were getting requests, so
Yeah.
we'll go ahead and just put it on the agenda.
So I'm taking maintenance worker out.
Yes, for right now, and I will talk to Greg, though, but I think maybe we can restructure his.
I will get that change made. Do you wanna see it right now?
See
What
what
that-
changed.
What that change does to the total budget?
Oh,
You wanna see it right now?
Sure.
How do you know how much to change?
if it's ready or whatever.
I don't. That's what I'm saying. That would have to be.
Are we
done
taking a
later.
lunch break?
Yes, we are. After we get done with this, we
So we're
will.
gonna have like an hour lunch break?
Yeah, because, see, I'm,
No, I was wondering, I
Yes.
thought you said that, or I saw it built in there and I didn't know.
no, we're gonna take a lunch break. You know, if we ever get a new chamber, I want windows. Sitting in here with no windows and no, it's all artificial, I want windows.
Are you kidding? Jeff would be seeing squirrels right and left.
I was just saying, it's, yes, for a long thing.
Hey, we move everything, so it's,
Why don't you put it on the main floor of High Street too, so you can see everybody that walks by?
I don't want that, So the Carnegie Building would be neat for us. We stick Kristen over there with us. She can bring us coffee.
It's too quiet. Is this the calm before the storm?
Shouldn't be. I'll call Greg when we break for lunch.
I should be about done
I
today.
was gonna say, I don't know how much more you all want to talk about.
So do we have just a little bit then and we can be done for the day?
I don't have, I mean, we talked about sales tax, we talked about economic development. This should finish salary discussion unless you want to talk about other adjustments somewhere.
So if I talk to Matt, because I'll probably just want to let him know about what we're putting in for Eco Devo. We've got 150 in there,
Mm-hmm, total.
but we don't know how much is going to them.
120 for
One-
Eco.
120 is,
120 plus 30 for a lobbyist and 5 for,
So we have
Salute.
120.
120.
Okay. I was just wanting to clarify
that was
that.
your number.
No, his number was 60,000.
Oh.
So are we not talking about merits between any
So
other?
I'll let him know,
departments?
kind of.
About merit?
Sam doesn't even know her.
Who?
Merritt.
Okay, taking out that.
I dated her sister.
Taking out that position puts you 19,490 to the black.
See?
I'll take that 19,000.
That wouldn't even pay for the tires for my Porsche 911.
We could get rid of a couple of those positions and get do a 3% raise for everybody that we got for our existing employees. I'm just trying to change your mind.
I remember, I think it was the first or second year, and you guys, no new FTE, no. We
I don't
didn't.
think I've ever seen this
We
many in one
didn't.
year. Hopefully not.
We didn't.
Another part.
In other departments, yeah. What other departments?
Make sure I got a fresh battery in here for the rest of the year.
No.
There we
I'm
go.
gonna bring mine up now if you're gonna say that.
I gave you the HR.
It's not gonna relieve any of our day-to-day activities.
That should. There's a lot of stuff you do that's HR that needs to be done by an HR person.
Depends what you're gonna, I mean, I want them to be doing the manual, I want them to be doing job descriptions, I want them to be.
So anytime somebody gets hired, that's who should be dealing with them.
Mm-hmm.
Not you, not Chelsea.
We're doing the benefits and the specialist stuff on that. Just
Why?
come stay with me for a week.
Why?
Find out what we do.
Debbie,
No, come
we already
stay
fight
with
like
me.
we're married.
Come stay.
This would not be good.
Come stay with me.
I've seen the people
Oh, I
come.
think that with the HR one,
Like,
it's gonna be,
Training for the.
they're not gonna be able to do their job, they're gonna be
That's
doing the
exactly
manual,
what that
everything
job
else,
is
but
for.
Same thing, filling out their forms, like their onboarding of here's your packet of stuff, like talking them through that. I think that would be a
We
good.
don't hardly do that much. It's all online. Harry filled out his forms, he brought the
I
forms
don't
in.
know, that's
We have to
exactly
go
what
on
the
each-
HR person could do.
We have to go on each website and do that, upload them. It's not just uploading the form. Anymore, we.
You get the form filled out, then you all can enter it, then you got two people looking over it, knowing if something's wrong or something's missing.
Okay. Come stay with me for a week, please.
Does he give meals?
I thought she was gonna
You
be
give
nice to me
meals
since I was working
included?
on the HR person for her, and that's
I mean, I
scary.
appreciate that, I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I do too.
I think it.
It is.
But you're gonna have to turn loose of some of your stuff.
She will. Hey, I'm
You
gonna
know how long
defend.
it took her to
I'm
let
gonna
Chelsea
defend.
even have a key to the door?
I'm gonna defend Debbie.
You gotta admit, it took you a long time to let her, give her enough rope to even hang herself.
There's a lot of things you can screw up, Jeff, so you have to know what you're doing.
Oh, I know.
You can't just
It
go
took her
out.
about 7 years before you give her opportunity to screw it up.
Okay, children.
No, I don't think so.
Anything
Yes.
else then,
I think there was
Kristen,
still here.
or?
We was giving you that
So
speech.
I saw the sheriff come back and then I saw him leave again. I think his is the only one where we really have open items to talk about. Is if you wanted to do something else in his department, if he found the money.
So he's gonna try to find the money for the other requests is what it amounts to, right?
Right. I mean, otherwise, I don't have anything unless you want to go back and talk about doing some merit with like this 19,000 or anything like that.
I think Brent was needing a raise. I think our IT guy was one of them that I still think, I don't know, it's the money we saved with him in there. So if we did something like that, what other ones did we have?
I wanna just-
There's quite a few departments that Debbie-
Yeah, I wanna do, I wanna do,
Debbie, Debbie.
We
Oh,
have,
man, oh, man, Debbie's up
That
now.
would always get overlooked.
no, I wanna do something with
You
our
don't
office
look on
here.
purpose there.
I know.
You gotta smile, Debbie, smile, it's budget time.
I know, another big one was public administrator. He wanted to change those people from admin to deputies.
So, and I had made that argument when Joe was here that he needed a deputy, so that if he's gone or, hell, if he's incapacitated,
And wasn't that
somebody's gotta
like-
be able to do
I didn't
what
think
he
that
wants.
was any change.
Wasn't
to
that
it.
like 6,000 different? 6,000 different, so,
Yeah.
which is minuscule.
I just,
Making sure we don't.
No,
because
it's, yeah, I
I got a
think,
door to get out of here.
I think everything considered, hell, I'll give him the $6,000 if he.
no.
But,
Trying to think of who else then.
All right, which one we wanna tackle these after lunch?
That's fine, we can come back and do those. I'll go through and try to make a list of who they were, because I have.
Okay, yeah, cause I'm gonna have to dig them back out again too.
okay,
I actually think I have them on a spreadsheet already.
so do we want to recess till 1 or 1:30 or,
Wednesday,
Let's do 1:30.
okay.
so we'll
Then I-
have these to talk about, and then we got it on the agenda tomorrow and Wednesday, so the sheriff stuff, if they get something taken care of tomorrow,
Yeah,
Well, so that's the question. I mean, other than carry forwards and stuff, I don't have a lot more to talk about unless you want to talk about changes to the sheriff. I mean, I don't have a lot on the list to talk about.
We have it
We'll
up-
go through those other merit requests this afternoon. And then I don't have anything on my agenda for tomorrow or Wednesday unless. you
well,
wanna
if the
bring
sheriff wants to
sheriff
come back this afternoon, then,
if the sheriff finds money for the other things that he's wanting to do and needs to make changes, we'll have to do that. And we can do that tomorrow or Wednesday, it's on the agenda, so. And that shouldn't take long. I think, cause he still knows he's got that pot of money and to get the other things he wanted.
So I guess my opinion would be the agenda tomorrow is fairly long without the budget stuff. Maybe we just leave Wednesday to wrap things up if we need to and not do budget tomorrow. Is that okay? with you
yeah,
all?
that's
I'm
good.
fine, if something comes up and we
Come
have to
back
talk about it.
Wednesday for what?
Huh? Just if the sheriff has something to change. I mean, because that's really all I have on the list to talk about. If we do the merit stuff this afternoon, I don't have anything else. I mean,
So if the sheriff comes back and finds the money, then we're good?
well, are you guys good with what he wants to do if he finds the money for it? It's changing stipends and his is merit, I think, for his admin.
Yeah.
admin staff.
He is reimbursing some of them that have to have special training for different things. And I don't think I had any problems with them.
If he can
We-
find the
Yeah, if he can find the dollars, I'm
Yeah.
fine.
So we may not even have to come back Wednesday. If I mean, if there's one
Well-
thing to talk about tomorrow, we can talk about it.
I mean, if that's the only thing we've gotta talk about tomorrow is the sheriff's, we'll still be out of here.
I'll be in Debbie's office, so I'll be here.
I mean, that's
You're gonna have to wear your mask.
I've got my COVID card, babe, right there.
Because we need some time to do new pay forms if we're giving that COLA, so we're gonna have to get new pay forms signed. There's gonna be something outside of here that we're gonna have to wrap up to before the end of the year. And then, yes, we have a ton of care stuff to do.
Pay forms will need to have Harry's name on them and be signed after the first year.
That's fine, we need to make sure.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah, it doesn't
With
happen.
Melody, she can make you a stamp.
She already has.
Well, I was gonna wait till you had to sign all the forms once at least. Since we got 300.
It doesn't have a name on it, it's just a title, so.
When I came in, Chris used to bring these boxes of all the invoices to go through, and I'm going, jeez.
Yeah.
And you, I mean, you after about a third of the first box, you're
Yeah.
like,
Come a long way.
yeah,
haven't we?
he
Stacks of them.
if you want to go back to that, we
Online.
we can. But I remember that, Chris.
You can
So,
fill.
Coming back at 1:30.
1:30.
Yeah,
I mean, we stand to recess till 1:30.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
I do, you know,
Well, you can't sign the pay forms till the budget's approved.
yeah, I know.
But we can get the department's signatures and all that
Oh, yeah.
stuff ready to go.
Yeah.
Because that's what takes the longest.
Yeah, I can't, I might have to stand this afternoon.
We don't have much this afternoon, do we?
No.
Should. That's good. So
we should be
done by noon tomorrow.
Yeah, because really we have a lot, but I don't know if there's that much discussion.
Put something on the chair.
I don't know. They just recess till 1:30. So I guess you can just turn it on.
Oh, okay.
Did you make the motion?
Sam did and Jeff seconded.
You have to hold the button in at the very tip.
Well, I kind of have a rundown of the
Yep.
requests at the beginning.
Okay, we will go back into session. See if we can get mad at Kristen again.
Pretty easy to do.
Oh, let's knock this out so fast. Let's do next year's while we're at it. Or the next year. Do two at one time.
Here, put your hand here, just,
It won't matter.
Yeah.
Do we have a close today?
We're not gonna have that.
no, we won't.
Cancel that, I didn't even know there
I was gonna
one on
say, I
there.
didn't even know there was closed on there.
Yeah.
It was just in case we needed it.
Okay. Is it on there for tomorrow, or no?
I think we're just gonna,
You're just gonna, okay.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm not really sure how you guys wanna run through these. I was just gonna kind of run down my department list. I know there were some other requests that, people had asked for. Some of them have changed slightly because we've made some changes, so I don't know if I can get this to fall on the screen better. Okay, so I only asked for a COLA. Larry Vincent asked for merit money. I put it in as a percentage, but I think the total dollar is what he was looking for to divide up between his employees, how he saw fit. So he wanted a pool of the 5% to divide up. I think
Pool
when
of 5%?
Yeah. I think when he came up here, he was asking for merit in any way, shape, or form.
Well, so was Chris Estes wanted 5% merit.
So,
But I want a Lamborghini too.
yeah.
So,
So I'm just gonna kind of run through these and then we'll kind of go back and talk about the ones you want to or not to. Treasurer's office didn't have, so county clerk, he originally asked for 3% COLA, 3% merit. Commission, you guys had 3% COLA and then some adjustments for employees. I'm assuming it was merit, but they were flat dollars, that's why they're in the adjustment side. 124, and this was before Ralph came in. I think the 6,000 is the total amount, but I may have it backwards on the people, I'm not sure. But he asked for 6,000 to take those 2 administrative assistants, 2 deputies. And he had originally put 500 in merit for his chief deputy, but I don't think he came up asking for that when he came to his meeting. Then Judy had a 2% COLA and some adjustments for her people. I think that most of that got taken care of with a change in employment in her office. I don't know if there's something still outstanding there, but I don't think so. Then Brian came in and asked for his percent of $5,000 adjustment. Health department, she had a list of, I think, 5 people that she wanted to give a $1,000 adjustment to. Juvenile didn't have anything. Something to keep in mind though, I think juvenile did ask for whatever you give the other employees, he wanted to give a bump to his part-time. Is what he was after, not necessarily a bump for Donnie Schulte did not say anything. I don't think he was here for his budget meeting. He did have a request for one of his employees to be adjusted. I think someone that eventually could step in for him down the road. We can talk about that more if you want to. I did not get that one in writing. Prosecutor was a 3% COLA, no merit. I know that Sierra said something about Tracy when she was here, but she wasn't sure how that worked since Tracy's under the commission. It was just a 3% COLA in child support, and I think just a 2% in planning. Those were the asks in general. I think we've kind of talked about road and bridge because you put his adjustments in there. Sheriff had the adjustment for the deputies in his, and again, EMS is the steps. So, and then we talked about assessor this morning. He had a change in title and salary in his office as well. So do you want to pick and choose? Do you want to talk? Tell me what you want to do.
well, I will go to bat for health department because those employees have worked hundreds of hours over and above what they would normally work, so I know we can't do hazard pay, but they have done a fantastic job, and to me, $1,000 additional is not, really probably not enough.
Is that salary or is that in overtime pay or?
That's in salary, so it would be a flat $1,000 adjustment on top of the COLA.
Could you, just jump through all the COLAs, anyone who asks for a COLA, no matter whatever, it's 2, 3, or whatever, just say it's 2% in the discussion.
Well, I think that pretty much is it. Like, I think it's a 2% COLA unless you guys wanted to change it. So I think that's kind of a moot point. They ask, but I think really what we're talking about here is a merit or an adjustment amount beyond the COLA.
Okay.
I just thought this spreadsheet kind of shows you what they all asked for. And the numbers have changed in total from this spreadsheet to where we're at now, but this is the one that shows the request.
So what are the requests are to the side, or how do I know which ones are requests?
The merit and adjustment column on the spreadsheet on the screen. I don't know that you have that spreadsheet.
I have to get up to Sam, I can't see.
And I blacked out the name, but I can show the names if you want.
There's 5.
There's one up above.
There's one up above, so another nurse, they're alphabetical.
Okay, 6.
It should be 5 total, 5,000.
All right, so I couldn't keep up when I was going through them. I was trying to write down
Yeah.
who wanted certain people.
You just tell me where you want to go or who you want to talk about.
I kind of want a list of all of them and see how they're justifying who gets the raise and who doesn't and stuff. So I'd say for health, just knowing that, I'm sure that Chrissy gave us some kind of printout talking about
I
it.
think she did have on her sheet she handed out the day we talked about it.
Yeah, I've got hers. Where's the other ones at? Are they just asking for a raise just because?
No, you got something from Ralph and something from the collector and something that I sent.
We have something,
Tell
So-
did we get something from our office?
me,
It was an email and I printed it. Oh, I just printed it for Chris. I can print it.
just tell me who you want to talk about, Jeff. I can bring up their original request.
You kind of go in the order that you just went in if you want to. You said, treasurer had none, collector
So there's Vincent, 2021
And-
budget.
COLA and merit.
Why was he speaking in Spanish?
He likes to give me a hard time because he's always one of the last ones to do his budget.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm
Well, then
not.
let's do his last.
He said I would like, for an additional $2,168.30 for use for merit pay.
Yeah, so he changed it since his original request, I think, because he had some movement in his budget. So he's really,
That's the email he gave me.
He's asking for 2,168.30.
Who's that?
Larry Vincent, collector,
In merit?
in merit.
Just for merit for him to divvy out?
Yes.
Okay. So one for one person in particular, it's how he sees fit and evaluates and blah, blah, blah.
Right.
Right, okay. Okay, so go ahead whichever one's easiest for you to do next. You were breezing through them and I was trying to keep up with it.
Well, so I had some people that just asked for percentages in the merit. So I don't know if you, like clerk asked for
Well,
3%
if we're gonna do
full,
that, then we
3%.
gotta do that for everybody.
Right, so I
So you
don't
can kick them
know.
out if they're particular people, I guess, is who I'd be interested in.
Okay, so then next would be Debbie.
It was 8,000.
She had like 22 requests, didn't she? She just kept sending them, sending them.
I'm trying to catch up for other.
I will,
for
and
how
I
far
agree,
behind we
I
are.
agree with Debbie. Our office gets,
Okay, so what was Debbie's?
8,000.
For who?
2,000 for 4 employees.
My change was to not fix the one. So it's really 3 people. At first I had that one, but I didn't want to go back in.
Oh, this one.
It's just to put, I can't put the other one. I need to put the other one to at least what we just hired somebody for.
yes.
Doing, in my opinion, more of a job. When you have to work for all departments and know all departments, it's a little bit different when you only have to know one department.
I say we get all of y'all up there and tell me whose person works
So
the
still
hardest
eight?
and does the
Yes,
most
that's
Just
what
work.
divided up different.
Yes,
Okay, so this one would
So-
be 4?
yes.
Okay. I'm like, I thought it was still 8.
Yeah, it's still
Okay,
8.
still 8,
I
just,
agree with, that really burns me up. It burned me up when we spent it.
you got other questions about that?
And here's Ralph.
Does his clearly say who gets what? I thought one was 4 and one
Okay,
was
so
2,
you
but
don't
I
have
don't
these
know
on
which one was
the
which.
separate sheet.
She can share that
You want me to
spreadsheet.
email this spreadsheet to you? Just, that you can't pay attention to any other totals on this spreadsheet.
No, I'm just looking at,
Because it's all changed since this.
Put it in yellow. No, I think it was just to get them to deputies' pay.
Yes, Ralph's was 6,000 total, but I'm not sure who was what there. Because I think he wanted one a little less than the other one.
okay, so
Yeah.
the senior admin assistant is here. And the other
Senior
admin
finance.
assistant is out at emergency services building,
Oh, and mine.
right?
So the first administrative assistant, should we really move that to Sierra's budget?
And that's up to you guys. I thought it was because of the reimbursement is why we were doing it. I don't know. It'd be fine with me. I mean, as long as I can still use her whenever we need.
Yeah, because she fills in.
And the thing was, I guess, like Grant was only paying half of it, but it still only pays half up to a limit, so I don't even think we're getting half. But it would be better served over there, I guess. It's up to the commission. I mean, I think when we first brought that position on, it was a lot of that storage area and scanning and that storage area. And now it's become less of only scanning for personnel files of mine, and then the rest of it's all EMS, except for when we need a replacement up here. So that job's gone more towards EMS than 122, for sure.
Remind me later. We need to talk about her. I noticed something whenever in a report. I think some of her stuff's still part-time.
It may have at one point.
Well, she was at the beginning of the year, but then she went
have a GL number? Okay. I think there was one I missed for a couple of months, but it's changed now.
No, because I just read like Thanksgiving and the day after.
That was on.
It may just be a holiday that's different.
It's supposed to change all of them.
I don't know, but it's not.
So the one of them, your justification is because somebody else brought somebody in that just started too at a higher rate for the same job.
Not on the, well, where's my paperwork? Are you talking about the admins or?
Admin assistant too,
Yeah.
right? And then the one that we just did, starting at the rate that the other one left.
Okay, on the admin too, that the county commission just approved a position, a new employee as a deputy, which, 34,500 with no experience with the county. I have a senior administrative assistant with 12 years of experience.
That's the one at the bottom. He's talking about the one at the top.
Yeah, and that was being compared to the public administrator's admin assistant that he had just hired at 28,000 with no experience. And I have an administrative assistant with 5 years with us here, making less than that.
With no experience, how do you know they have no experience?
But they have no county experience.
Right out of high school?
No county experience.
So they have to have county experience?
You don't have to have county experience, but you would think a person in the same type of position that has been here 5 years would be paid more than a person that just started here.
Did he have one that did have some kind of experience, because he brought them in at different rates? Did he do that on purpose?
Well, I mean, you can look at the grid. See
Well, I
how
think
much the
one's,
grid is for 28
hadn't one's
for
been
admin
here,
assistant.
but he's just,
It's 28.
he's,
The grid
Well, we
is
all know
28.
why they brought them in at that rate, because they have it in their budget and they can, and we don't have a whole lot to say about it, so.
Well, it's no different we did with public works.
I just want to take care
I had 26.
Take care of
Did you?
what?
of our people.
But if we take care of our people, we gotta treat them the same across the,
We already have.
all and down below us.
So he brought one in 2,000 above.
So
and
we
it
gotta
was
give them
26.
merit money too to pass around.
Either that
That's
change,
essentially what
change
we're
their
doing.
title or something. I don't care how you do it, but it's,
Well, then everybody's gonna come up here changing titles, saying they all have chief deputies.
they have, they do.
So everybody's got 7
They,
chief
they
deputies
do.
and no admin
It's,
assistant.
we got
No, they
more,
Show me one of them that's got more than one chief deputy besides the assessor. And he just has 2 different names for his.
Collector and the recorder.
They have 2 chief deputies.
They made a lead deputy
Right.
and a chief deputy.
That's not a chief.
Okay, well then we'll just call these a lead.
The lead admin assistant.
Just saying.
I just want to make our employees equal to what everybody, it's,
You're never gonna have equal here. Never.
well,
No
we
matter
don't
how hard
even,
you
we
try.
don't even come close.
You're not ever gonna have equal, and nobody even agrees to equal, because each time we do some kind of adjustment like we did, was it just the last year, we tried to do the step adjustment. We were doing change requests all year long, and because everybody's worker works harder than everybody else's does. So it's, we signed to pay for them for the one that,
I know, and that's
I know
what,
it's
that's
what
what.
Debbie's talking about
that-
too.
Yeah, that's what
I agree, it's
grabs my
frustrating.
butt, yeah.
But it's not always gonna be equal, but you gotta be fair. So if we're gonna do this for us, we're gonna have to do it for everybody else, and we've done it on occasion for some,
They don't.
like the one that we did.
It don't have to be fair and it don't have to be equal.
That's what the other departments tell me.
I mean, because it ain't fair and it ain't equal when they
No.
just use the amount of money that's in their budget.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can't say that that's fair. You can't say that it's equal, and it
It's
never
in their
is gonna be.
budget, and they're taking care of their people, so.
Well, our budget's
Is that fair
endless.
to us? Maybe
Yeah.
not.
Our budget's whatever's left. If you want to go that route,
I'm not saying.
Well, then
they're
I
not.
think let's take them up to 50,000 a year.
Sure, you can pay them whatever you want.
That's why we should have done merit, because then when they paid their people over the amount they should have started at, then you pull that out of the merit that they
But
should
it
have
doesn't
got.
matter. I mean, somebody leaves that's been here for 20 years and they were making almost 50 grand and the starting grid is at 40. I mean, they got $10,000 to play with. So they divvy it up.
There's a couple of offices that got that. Most offices don't have that many people, so.
I don't.
Well, that's the problem. That's why it's not fair and it's not equal. I mean, you know, you get several people that have been at Public Works for multiple years that retired and you know, you're gonna let Eric spend all that money? I mean, that's,
Well, kind
No,
of
that
is.
saves us
You
money,
just have
but
Kind of
we're,
is. He's divvying it around, separating some positions and stuff, so I mean, really, we aren't any better. We're letting him do it, so.
well, but he's saving us $30-some thousand over what was budgeted last year plus a COLA.
We could have done that by the retirements and hiring somebody in at starting salary.
Well, we all know how well that works, don't we? Try to hire somebody in at starting salary and our grid's so damn far off that it's not even funny.
And that's what's insulting to the people that are still here, when you're hiring people in.
They just need to leave and come back.
I know, they'd be better off. They'd be better off.
I told you, we could change the name on that salary sheet and put your name in there if you want to go work for him.
We just want to go work for him. EMS, who are you talking about?
That would not be good.
No way. I'll go to Walmart.
no, I'm just
So-
good. I'm
Don't
good
leave
with
that
the
over.
recommendations you made, Debbie. That's my 2 cents.
Well, I mean, fair and equal just don't exist
No.
up here, so,
No,
you know, I don't get a vote on it, but I agree. I mean, our people are the ones that always take it on the chin, so I would agree with that. Like I said, I don't get a vote. I mean, other departments are getting additional people. Obviously, we're not. An HR person, but that's for the whole county.
You have an opinion?
You got one getting a 10% raise.
Staying out of it.
When you say our people, you mean commission?
Yes.
Okay.
mm-hmm.
I mean, we typically play by the rules and, I mean, not saying that everybody else doesn't, but.
I do.
You get everything you want.
Whatever.
You are like our
When
youngest
is
daughter
the last
here.
time I asked?
Last year,
This year.
at this step HR thing, we made a special designation for yours.
But we made adjustments to salaries. because
That's all right. I say no.
Market
everybody.
adjustments and different things in other departments.
Yeah,
You know, like it or not, I mean, you gotta be able to attract people to,
Then we can't be complaining then when them pay forms come through. Because we got one up here getting a 10% raise. So, I don't think that's fair at all. If you want to say that, yeah, they've been overlooked on several times, I don't disagree with that. So I'm fine with making some adjustments. So, and I'm not picking on that person either.
No, I'm just saying.
Because she's got to put up with us when Debbie's not here. But I do have one thing to say, she don't get no raise because she didn't come in here when Debbie was gone. I told her that too.
Oh,
I said, you're little Debbie. you gotta
little
come in
Debbie,
here."
yeah.
So,
I gave her that knife to jab in your tire.
Here's a check.
I think the daggers were coming out of her
Hey,
eyes.
Kristen, here's a check.
I'd fine with doing some, but I don't know what that number is on those.
Okay,
I
so,
think the one number is way high.
And there's no comparisons to what you're doing for a new hire with a lower position at PW.
What about them?
They're bringing in somebody with a couple of years here, left here, coming back. To somebody who's been here 10 years and doing I think, a higher position by title and by definition.
Christmas.
I didn't make
Yeah,
that right.
yeah,
You
for
brought
the-
that one back at that high position.
The
It's
ad.
not equal, not fair, not right, gonna be all the way around, I guess.
Okay.
You let Jeff know.
That will never end if we start doing it that way. Well, so-and-so brought so-and-so in, so now I need more money. It's gonna be that slippery slope that Chris spoke of earlier.
But
So-
that department is under you. Both departments we're talking about is under you.
Right, and he brought his whole budget to us and worked within his budget. So, he eliminated a position even.
I am good with your recommendations.
They just get the merit or they get the COLA plus the merit that you're wanting to give them?
Both.
Both?
That's what the rest of them are.
Goodness.
That's what the rest of them
I said no to all them too. I'm losing a bunch today.
I'm good.
Good. I'm good.
Harry don't want to decide, so.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
I am not gonna make these on the
Make
fly.
me be the bad guy. You'll just sign the.
That was the guy before me that did that.
I'm not gonna make these changes on the fly, so I'm gonna make a list and I'll go in and fix them all and
Yes.
come back, because I'm scared I'm gonna make a mistake moving that quickly, so, if we can just talk about them and I'll make the changes in the
Okay.
system, and then come back and
Okay.
and see it.
Public administrator, I think.
So public administrators next is 2 administrative assistants, 2 deputies, for a total of 6,000.
He doesn't really specify.
Yeah, he didn't specify in his email the amount, but he did go through what their duties would be and how many cases he has and the justification for the request.
So normally I would say no on this, but given the circumstances that Ralph has had to endure, I think he will get this under control and possibly could see it maybe in 2022. I mean, not that he may see a reduction in the number of people that he has and could possibly, if he can get some stuff worked out with other counties, but.
Oh, I'm fine with Ralph's too. I think, he has come into, he's not even supposed to be in office till January 1, but he was,
Why is he not supposed to be in office? He got appointed.
he got appointed, but normally it would have been a November election and he would have come in January. So he has taken over an office that is dysfunctional and, so I think we need to give him tools to work with, and I think he's eliminating some part-time too, isn't he?
I think it'll be a wash in the
Yeah.
end, but not
He-
this next year, but at some point, I think you can probably eliminate some part-time.
You have any comments?
He's probably a no, hit your button.
I know, hit the button so we can move on.
No, he actually reorganized the office like it should have been from the get-go. And I don't think it was 6,000. I think 6,000 was what he was asking over the top and changing salaries, but he did eliminate, he got rid of 2 part-time, went to 1 part-time or something, so,
Yeah, he did.
yeah.
Hit the yes button, come on.
I don't have one of them. Okay,
Okay,
good with that one.
yep.
Okay.
Y'all are weakening me down.
Again, I think that Judy's kind of got fixed in attrition and movement. Next would be Brian, IT.
Brian.
He requested $5,000.
I think we got a steal when we got Brent in here, and so.
Yeah, I do too, I do too.
I agree.
I think.
I mean, with all the stuff that they got going on, I mean, I think that that's unreasonable. But just my comments.
I agree with Chris, I think.
5?
5,000.
I thought that was a little much. Not saying it's not worth it, but.
I agree with Chris. I think his starting salary was cheaper than we ever thought we were gonna get by with, but.
I tell you, IT people, they get grabbed away.
So, he's great at IT, but he's terrible at negotiating, is what I'm hearing.
That would be.
You mean in negotiating his starting salary?
The starting salary, yeah. All right, I'll start with this, but after I put up with y'all for a year. well,
So you got to like him because he's a bourbon connoisseur.
No, hold on, I'm still catching up on that one. How many more we got left?
You.
So you're a maybe, or a no, or a yes?
Y'all got 2 yeses already?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, go then.
Yeah.
I was still weighing it, so. I was on the fence because of the
Put down
price
Jeff was a
tag.
yes, too.
Yeah.
Make him look good.
So we're back
Like
to,
putting
back to
lipstick
the
on a
health
pig.
department. Back to the health department. I know Sam was a yes on that one.
We weren't adding any people there.
You're adding an environmental specialist.
Oh, we all-
So that Chris,
Was that one of the 6?
Yeah.
Okay, the nurse practitioner is the one we're not adding, that's what we're.
not at this time.
Okay.
Well, that one, nurse practitioner wasn't one of the 6.
No.
No,
It was not a hard ask either.
Right.
It was
No.
kind of talked about, but it was not in her original request.
I think right now they've got so much on their plate.
Oh, maybe
That
it
needs
was.
to be
No, this
something
was
we
much
do
cheaper.
later.
Oh, I was gonna say, it may have been on her original one too, I'm not sure,
Yeah.
but
Yeah, that also could be funded out of the health insurance fund, too.
Mm-hmm.
Have to be put into Christie's budget, probably be transferred to it or something.
reimbursement like the
Yeah.
health educator.
Not doing very much on that.
I think Jana graduates
Yeah, this year was
in
COVID.
August.
I want to check.
And
make sure
if we
got
could
everything out like we were supposed to.
Bring her over as our nurse
So,
practitioner.
so
We need to do the
the
same
the
thing
ask
with
was
all the
for
contact tracing.
several
Have
people to
you
get
checked to make
$1,000
sure
in
all
merit.
the-
5.
I think 5 of them.
This next
So there
page.
wasn't, so this is 5 people, $1,000 in merit, but they're not coming back and asking for overtime or anything else from.
Are they exempt for overtime now?
I think so.
Some of them are.
Some of them are, yes.
Very few.
Most of them are not.
I think there's only one in those 5 that is exempt.
So I guess that's a different discussion if they do come ask for that or something.
I can't pay overtime to the ones that she sent me was exempt people, so there's no
Okay.
option.
I think that we need to have a discussion at some point, most likely with the HR person, about a hazard pay policy and things going forward if we would get into a situation like this again. The holdback with doing anything like that at this point was we did not have a policy in place prior to the pandemic. So I think it needs to have some real thought and stuff put into it, that if we would get into a situation like this, if you want to pay hazard pay, we have a policy that states out when and how it would be paid. But yeah, I don't think you can do overtime for the exempt employees.
I think a lot of people spend that money.
So I'm good with the merit adjustments.
Me too.
I got two, Jeff, you wanna give your 2 cents?
Are they all got overtime if they were working?
Our comp that banked it, I mean, if they didn't pay out any comp.
That is one thing they could come back and do. So they banked comp time for their overtime.
Yeah,
We could choose to pay that out as overtime. and-
anytime.
And pay their comp out.
If they lead on paying it out.
Right.
Right.
But it may be, some of them would prefer to have that time paid out.
That comp time doesn't cap.
No. We'd like to say it does, but if they work it, we gotta pay it. Road and Bridge tells their people $240 just so they, go ahead and get paid for it, so they don't hold it on the books.
Doesn't ever sunset, does it?
Comp time, no.
Comp time does.
You can always carry it forward.
I mean, that could be a policy you wanna change in the future. Let's just pay it out now instead of banking it. I'll pay it out at the end of every year.
This might be getting in the weeds, but if they earn it at one
Right.
price and then
We're
get a
paying.
raise,
Mhm.
pay it at the old
Yep.
number.
No, we pay it at the new.
Because they'd get paid at the new one if they took it off, so.
But, you
Yeah.
got a raise, but, I mean,
Sure.
the same number of hours are gonna get a bigger pay if they
Right.
convert it.
Right.
Interest.
Back to that hazardous, that's something for the HR person to work on, or whatever it's called, because, I mean, as you know, you can't pay a bonus for past services. So once you give it the merit raise, it's gonna stay going forward. But if it's a hazard pay, and you're only in hazard pay status for 90 days, that could go up and then drop back down.
Right.
Yep.
So if the HR person can figure out the mechanics of that, if we ever get with her again, it might be beneficial to have that.
Yeah.
And anytime we can have those, I know we can't ever predict what's gonna happen, but if we can have those policies in place, federal reimbursement for those
Right.
Smoother.
is, well, usually they require that that policy was in place prior to the event. So you're not making up a policy just to get money.
But they do change their minds sometimes. Even
Yes.
if you have a policy, and then you get a policy, and then you have it again, they don't pay you. So, which is bad.
So, I got 2 yeses, do you have a comment?
Just move on. I'm kind of wishy-washy on this, I just don't like the idea.
So again,
Picking a few of them out of there that get it, then
I had Donnie Schulte contact me after the fact about wanting to increase the salary of one of the marshals to kind of step in to be the person that will fill his shoes when he retires. It was not asked here. The number floated was 55. I think it would be a $5,000 raise for this person.
Do we know when Donnie, I know he came back and he was gonna work with Pat, while Pat Joyce was here, so is he gonna retire
I've heard September, but I don't know that.
September of next year?
Yeah, I don't know that for sure. That's just the date I've been told.
email that or
Doesn't he have some money to work with some retirements?
So I did in the budget, this position here just retired. I dropped it back to the starting. That was higher. And then the new one is as well as the starting.
Can we somehow get a timeline from Donnie so we know, I mean, what we've done in the past is maybe 2-3 months before that person retires, they train and
I'm
so,
sure the
'cause otherwise
judges
we
will
do
come.
9 months or 10 months.
Yeah. I'm sure the judges will come once they know exactly the date. I mean, they'll have a lot, because they'll have a lot of new people there, so.
So you don't have any part-time in there, we just signed a pay for part-time.
I do have part-time in there, it's just in a different line item,
Okay.
so.
Looking for it with the other.
There's played around because it got split. I think there's 16,000. Is that what's in here?
$16,000.
Yeah, 16,000 for his part-time.
Let's see if we can offer professional services.
Professional services in his budget too is, right now we have that extra person to help take temperatures and stuff with COVID that we're paying out of CARES. That obviously will go away at 1/1 or 12/31 actually. Their ask was, how do we cover that in 2021? I think it would be cleaner to continue to contract it out with,
I think our contract only
Well, we
lasts till the end of
could,
the
can we
year.
do kind of like what we're gonna do with the schools on the contact tracers?
Pay it out of that, directly out of that CARES grant.
Because, I mean, it's kind of the same thing. It's a different, but it's still kind of the same. You know, those contact tracers are necessary as long as we've got COVID. This person is necessary as long as we've got COVID. And when COVID's gone,
Yeah, I mean, you can do whatever you want with that money that you put in GR.
yeah, so I would,
What about the deputy that's out on work comp or whatever, have we been paying that salary, or is that work comp, or is that?
it's not
It's
work
not
comp.
work comp. It never, he was out on FMLA, that's run out. Still not back, but using sick time.
So we're just paying his salary while he's out?
Using his sick time.
Is that normally how we do that?
If they run out of FMLA and they have still sick time left, and
That's it, so it's sick time, basically.
we let them run it out.
Okay.
So I don't know if they just don't have any light duty over there. I know he's been released for light duty now.
Right.
And we only really do light duty if it's a worker, if it happened at work. Some departments
Is that how it
will,
is?
some departments will take people back. I tell them it's up to the department, it's not up to me.
Well,
But
that's
if-
what I figured. It was up to them if they had light duty.
Right. But if it's workers' comp, I want them back.
I mean, light duty would be taking people's temperature, I think, something like that would be able to help. But it's up to them.
Not sure where this number in
Okay.
pre-trial came from.
I just send an email because I don't have nothing on it.
I don't think I have anything on it.
So it's not from last year, is it? Because he asked last year too for one person.
I don't remember that being in the request.
From Donnie?
Well, the judge came over and did all of the,
Yeah.
oh yeah, that's
I
right.
don't remember that being.
Yeah, but I thought Donnie had sent something good on his desk
I
or
remember
something.
him talking, when the request was submitted.
My Outlook locked up, so.
I think that was 2 weeks ago. I can't remember. I can't remember.
I just think that you should wait on that one. They're gonna advertise that position or whatever, then they wanna hire it early and there's some overlap, then you know, you can hire it at an increased rate or something, but it may only be a portion of that.
I think he's one that, it's not to hire somebody that's gonna necessarily be going into his position, but to also be a chief deputy to compare to the other divisions. That's kind of the way I understood it. It wasn't just to hire somebody at a higher salary right now to come in and fill in for him later on. It's, you have somebody that's in charge when the head marshal's not there. So you'd have Donnie and Little Donnie.
Kind of like Debbie and Little Debbie.
I mean, so they're almost making as much as he would be.
Well, this one's not him. So Donnie's salary is currently
Oh.
not in here because he's a state employee.
Right.
So I'd rather wait till 3 or 4 months before Donnie retires and then move him where he can work with Donnie. That's what we've done with every other department head or.
We'll just give our people a raise, why don't you give his people a raise?
What
Where you gonna
is, what's
stop
Donnie
there?
making?
I don't have it.
I don't know
It
what.
doesn't come out of my budget, so
Right.
I don't have it.
I swore he gave us something on that kind of so we want to do.
I don't,
I don't know.
he, it hadn't been with the original.
I don't have an email from him originally. I can look at my file.
No, not
upstairs.
really. I thought this one he came out later on. So,
Be in the blue book.
Sam's a no on this one?
Well, I'm,
I was just thinking that the other one's 56, they've probably been here a while. So I just didn't know what a deputy should make underneath somebody else. Donnie's making 60 or something, might be somewhat comparable.
Well, and I mean, I guess really you need to think about it as whoever does take Donnie's job will move into that state position.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have an open
Marshal position.
marshal position that
Right.
may not have to come in that high
Right.
the next time, so.
Starting or whatever,
Right.
45 or.
And at one point, those were in line with the deputies, so I'm not sure they will be in line with those now.
Or are they under 155?
Deputy's 37, gonna go to 38.
Maybe lieutenant is what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
with the adjustment, they'd be at 55
What's
in
that?
Wacola.
They're all under 155?
Yes,
Oh, sorry.
No, that's fine.
this 2 cents is not 2 cents. There's this 2 cents.
So basically be making another position for him too, as chief deputy case manager too, right?
I don't know that one, but I don't know where I got it.
Yeah, I don't think that's in the right.
I don't think it is.
Are they not getting the COLA then, or?
Yeah, that's not on this spreadsheet.
It's just not on this spreadsheet.
Okay.
This was their request, so he didn't submit a COLA request.
Chief deputy court marshal, that's it. Case managers on that.
Case manager's in the pretrial program, and I don't remember this being in there. I don't know if I typoed that. Maybe that was supposed to be up here, and when I copied and pasted down to split them up, I got it in the wrong one. Which actually, I think that makes sense.
It should be
Because
about 60.
60.
Because I thought he wanted it to be 55 without the cell phone stipend, which would have made that closer to the right amount, but.
I can go either way on this one.
What?
So I can go either way on this one.
I can too. It's
62, I guess.
Only if Jeff says.
If
Make 'em
he
vote.
reorganizes, and as the chief deputy marshal, because you really need to have a second in charge.
I agree.
So, I'm not sure I'd go that amount. The bad thing is, I mean, how you gonna have, well, I guess they could. Would you have one of the pretrial guys over top of the other guys, or would you have one of the other guys over top of the marshals and the
So really, right now, there is.
pretrial guys and gals?
There is kind of one person in pretrial that makes more than everybody else. If you take this. So you could make pretrial stand on its own, or you can still make them report to the marshals. I still think they would kind of fall under the judges, just like the marshals do, even though.
So picking them out, Jeff. Make a decision.
Not that full amount.
Half? 3? Flippable.
Tell me what you want to see.
Well, they have to have a title and be supervising people, so we're gonna have to rewrite the position if we do it. And then I think a 2,000 would be enough for that. If somebody wants to do that. Most of the time, the judges are supervising their own marshals for the most part.
So you want to give them 2,000 now?
I don't want to give him anything now until he comes up and has it all reorganized and has a senior marshal or chief deputy marshal or, you know, second in charge. Who would he go to? Unless they are actually in fact all equal then. But I think you would have one that would be able to step in when Donnie's not there. And
So do you want to hold on to that and see if Donnie can come up and explain, or do we want to just wait until closer to Donnie's retirement?
That's 9 months, 8 or 9 months away.
Yeah, I know, that's why if you give it,
I can see if you could come over.
I was gonna say, do you want him to come over?
Yeah, can he come over tomorrow?
Carl, I'm not, you don't want to come today?
No, if he can come today, I guess, yeah, it's fine. We're not busy. All right, what do we got next?
You wanna talk, I'm not sure I have a request for the pretrial ones. Do you want me to?
I don't remember anything from pre-trial.
I don't either, I don't know if I just typoed that. I think that is it in general fund.
What's that?
I think that's it in general fund as far as the extra requests.
Second in charge that we
Okay, do we have any others, or that's it?
Well, like I said, we talked about the 16,000 in road and bridge.
Right.
Do you wanna go back and talk about assessment?
I will go back and talk about it, I don't know.
And then I think EMS is the steps, and John has the adjustment for the deputies in there. But we haven't found any additional funding to do anything more.
Let's just.
So he's coming back tomorrow, right?
He said he would try to come back if he found.
So,
Okay.
obviously, I'm a no on the assessor. So if you're a no, there's no point in talking about
Yeah,
it.
well,
Obviously, We took some of the sales tax down there, probably hurt John a little bit there, but he's also got, you know, if sales tax does better, it probably wipes out that difference. And, I mean, you could spend down some of his cash, I guess, to make up the difference.
The only thing to be leery about is even the stipends are ongoing. They're not something that's gonna go away, so.
I get that, but I mean, we're budgeting conservatively, thinking that we're probably gonna carry some money forward. Is that in there? I mean, so.
His is not as large as general fund is. His
Well,
is
we're-
fairly,
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, you don't wanna do that every year, spend your cash.
well, my only fear is we upped those fees in his hoping they would come back.
Right.
So we kind of hedged ourselves. We were real conservative on the tax, but we were kind of
Right.
less conservative on the fees. So,
But it could flip on you too. Or,
Right.
I mean, your
or it
your
could
tax
be,
could be down and your fees could be down and you're gonna end up spending your contingency anyway.
right.
Mhm.
I would feel more comfortable if you were saying you wanted to do something that was a one-time thing to spin that down. That would be more comfortable, but, I mean, I guess if you wanna do that,
600,000 in CARES funding.
Yeah. Well, I
You know, it's, I mean, it's the law enforcement fund and we should make those decisions and it's eligible and I get where John's coming from, but at the same time.
so, he's not gonna have much of a surplus this year, carried into next year. Even though his tax is up, his fees are down and they're about, I mean, right now we're almost 30,000 ahead, but my projection's only that we're gonna be about 5,000 ahead. Somewhere in there.
I mean, he's made some adjustments to salaries and that's probably hurt that a little bit too, so, I mean, but.
And all of those adjustments we made to, like, the corrections officers or whatever, are in there for all of next year, so those are in there as well, even though
Right.
they're not a new change. During budget time, they are in there for the entire year, whereas they were not when we made that change in October.
Yeah.
Better quit talking about it before he comes running over here.
He did say that he was gonna talk to Betsy this afternoon and.
Yeah,
come back,
he'll
so
be here tomorrow, so we
Maybe
can.
we see,
And Donnie wasn't the pre-trial, it was the chief deputy kind of under him or whatever. And he doesn't want to come and talk about it until the judge is with him. So it'd have to be tomorrow.
Okay.
so there was an adjustment in pretrial as well?
No, there wasn't. It
No.
was just that deputy.
Okay, so that other 5,000 was a typo on my end. I actually think that,
In case he's not remembering it or whatever.
I actually think when I copied and moved that around, that 5,000 was supposed to be on a deputy marshal at the top.
Yeah.
So you got a total of other adjustments there.
So in salaries, you've gone through as 24,000, and then we have to add benefits to that. And before we started, we had 19. I think. $19,490.
So is that 24 to that or?
24 plus about 18% benefits. So, $28,320.
So what's the difference? Not the 28.
19.
28,320 was the expense. And you had a net of 19.
$8,830 difference.
But just have a contingency.
And hoping the carry forward comes in maybe a little bit higher.
Yeah, I really think at this point, we just stop and kind of see where the end of the year falls with those carry forwards and the cash forward, and really see what the budget looks like at that point.
There's quite a few accounts to adjust because of that.
So really, we just got law enforcement and marshal.
Yep.
Unless you guys, I mean, it's always kind of the forgotten ones, but you only notice them when you go to replace them. But it's up to you guys if you want to do anything with department heads. Because there's really nobody there to fight for them except for you guys.
We're out of money now, aren't we? Then we run out.
So the
I'm just saying.
The 2%'s in
You're in
there, but
charge
if
of
you
it.
want to go above and beyond the 2% for any of them,
Right.
it's you guys that need to ask for it.
Yeah, because there's nobody else that asked for it, but you guys.
I didn't hear him ask me, so I guess I ain't too worried about it.
I'd like to give more to
5,000
Greg,
each,
just
10.
just to be.
Greg does ask.
I'll tell you what, he
Yeah.
works. He
For
works
himself.
7 days a week. He's over at the jail just about every Saturday. He's up here moving snow on Sundays.
You just did in the 2 full-timers. Good? Okay. So really, if we can do sheriff and marshals tomorrow, we don't need Wednesday. When do you go to the paper?
I need to send it there now, actually. I can
Yes.
go ahead and send a notice.
I will make the few adjustments we talked about today, but then there will be adjustments to those cash forwards and stuff into the, it probably will be the 4th of January when we have final numbers from the treasurer.
And since we moved it back 2 days,
Were you both in here? So, I think you were.
For what?
Moving the budget approval from the 5th to the
Oh.
7th.
Yeah, we were all here.
So doing it on the Thursday instead of the Tuesday to give us an extra day to get.
Okay.
I'm feeling too
Got you.
good on that.
Did you have any other questions, Harry, since you kind of get thrown into the fire on the first week of the year?
And not January 30th, right? You'll take the phone calls, right?
So on the 7th, which is, no, I'm sorry,
Yep.
Yep, 7th.
okay. 2 days from today, 3 days from today. I'm sorry, Wednesday, is there anything this Wednesday this weekend?
I think we will not have Wednesday unless something comes up. Hopefully, we're
that's
gonna
fine.
finish everything tomorrow.
Right.
And we won't have anything Thursday for CARES, right?
Yes, I don't know that we're gonna have, so I have not heard from BKD yet as far as if they have anything for tomorrow. They may also not have anything for Thursday because we will not be ready with payroll yet. We're hoping to have payroll to them after payroll on Thursday, so maybe Friday. And then be ready to approve that the following Tuesday, so the Tuesday before Christmas.
But we'll have sub-recipient agreements to sign tomorrow.
Yes, so we will leave on the agenda Tuesday and Thursday stuff in case we have agreements and things that need to be signed, but we may not have a Zoom call with them.
So we're gonna have eggnog and cookies on the 22nd.
I want something stronger.
Well, I'm gonna make George Washington's recipe for eggnog. That has rum and brandy and,
I don't really like eggnog.
I don't either. Well, we'll skip the,
Stick the nog.
we'll skip, yeah.
Straight to the
Yeah.
All right, maybe we stand in recess till 4:30.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Chris was the motion, Jeff was the second.
Chris was the motion, Jeff was the second.
Yep.
Are we actually adjourning?
We are.
Recess till 4:30?
We are.
So I can officially shut down?